the funding of the feasibility study and the issue of independence or impartiality, something along those lines. When you submit an unsolicited proposal, you must be prepared that you may be required to pay for some of the preparation exercises. Because remember, the department to whom you are pitching has not prepared for this project. They just realize now through your approaching them that, oh, this is something wonderful and we think we need this. So there are instances where an arrangement can be made that you pay for the feasibility study. And I'm not going to define and go deeper in the details and the mechanisms, but we try and work within the bounds of independence, even though you are the one who is paying. And then whether, you know, the issue of independence is also debatable. I mean, if we can really want to be very, what's the word? If we want to be impossible, then we may end up even questioning the impartiality and independence of judges and other impartial organizations. But the truth of the matter is we can try and devise a mechanism with which you can pay for the feasibility study and build in some protections against your investment, because that is where it begins, so that you don't lose your money. Government has a tendency of having private sector pay for things, and then at the end of the day, without any proper reason, you just get people saying, well, we are no longer interested in this, so, you know, suit yourself. And that is what we don't want to see happening. So I'm addressing that question on the financing of the feasibility study. There were a few questions or comments that I think are not necessarily PPP, but maybe another discussion we may need to hold, such as that one of the staff and students supporting schools with financial statements. It may be some form of a partnership, but maybe on a softer side of things, because we tend to be dealing with, you know, the business side of things here, the infrastructure side, like the hardcore side of things here. I don't want to mislead you, madam, and promise you that we are going to turn that around into a big PPP investment that is going to attract private capital and all the elements thereof. So we may have to, you know, have a separate discussion on that, on how to perhaps approach the relevant people. I'm thinking people in education would be the right people to approach there for some kind of a program, even though it may not culminate into a formal PPP that we are presenting here. There was another similar or almost similar comment on the health and equity, social justice, on who makes the powers. Here, I should think that the Department of Health is your friend that you should approach and present your case to them, and then we take it from there. Obviously, they know we exist. So if they think it is stuff that we must get involved in, they will get hold of us, and then we can try and guide them on the business side of things, on the project preparation side of things, on the structuring side of things. I think I don't know if I skipped one, but I think I tried to cover all the remaining ones. Thank you very much, Program Director.
Thank you very much, colleagues. Online, we've got two questions as well. I think the one is a comment that I will pass on to HOD, Dr. Govender. there is a comment on on public works and infrastructure regarding information on how to turn government buildings into commercial hubs. And there is also Umsizi Khumalo, who is asking a question around how do we ensure community participation in PPP projects. I think that was also covered in the manual. I would like to bring this part of the session to a close. We then move to the second session. We have seriously run out of time, but I think it was important for us to set the scene. And the two presenters from GTEC will now take their seats down there where they were sitting. Our sponsors have said thank you for coming to KZN. Our sponsors are saying thank you for coming to KZN, and I can assure you the value is than what is allowed in government, so you don't have to start declaring it's below the threshold. So you are safe there. We also work in government, so we know what it entails. Thank you very much for your participation and your comments. And as my MC has indicated, his office is open, and we've got colleagues here who are also taking notes. I think from this session, there's quite a lot of work that we need to do to follow up and make sure that we assist the participants that raised questions. We are now moving to session 2. And in session 2, whilst we've dealt with the legislative framework, now we're gonna go into the practical experiences that we have had as a province. We are going to have a number of presentations from the province, as well as one international experience. I would like to request that the presenters also come and occupy seats up here so that we are quick. The first one will be our experience on the Inkosi Albert Luthuli Central Hospital, Mr. Emmanuel Vumbi, who was the project officer. We will also get a presentation, Waste Management PPP Initiative, Kwatuguza, Mr. Yengwa. We will then get also a presentation, Bulk Water System Management Initiative in Ilembe, and Mbombela, Mr. Duma. The other presentation will be the Africa's Mining Diplomacy and PPP Consulate of the Federal Democratic Republic of Ethiopia. And then the last presentation in this session will be Partnerships in Agriculture. In our programs, it was supposed to be Unomonde, but that has now been changed to Andrew van der Walt. So we will get those presentations, and I propose that we do the same approach that we did. We get all the presentations, and then we can have questions and discussions at the end of that particular session. I will hand over to Emmanuel. If you can get Emmanuel's bio, please.
Mr. Emmanuel Mvumbi is the projects officer at the Inkosi Albert Luthuli Central Hospital Public-Private Partnership and is employed by the KwaZulu-Natal Department of Health. He has over 20 years experience as a finance and projects management professional. Mr. Mvumbi holds a Master of Philosophy in Development Finance,
Okay. Forward or backwards. Thank you. Thanks, Program Director. Let me take this opportunity to acknowledge the presence of Honorable MEC for Provincial Treasury, the Diplomatic Corps, our municipal mayors, municipal managers, colleagues, our distinguished guests, Good morning. Let me also say protocol observed. I am going to be presenting a case study on the famous hospital called Inkosi Albert Luthuli, which is a jewel for the province of KZN, nationally so. And I must admit, even international, it has a footprint in terms of the work that it does, be it from clinical side with regard to research, but we have noticed that it has a clinical footprint. We have had international visitors coming to do benchmarking, even from the group of the BRICS has also visited. So it is quite a popular institution. But the question might be, what is this project all about? The Inkosi Albert Luthuli currently is running on a second phase, which is a brownfield. But initially, on the first phase, it was a greenfield, and it was launched in 2001, 2002 as an 846 beds tertiary stroke central hospital services, rendered high complex procedures for clinical outcomes. We've just started our phase 2, which is a brownfield project, executed now in June 2024. I'll talk to the success as we go on, because the question might be, if you're in phase 2, definitely you would have done very well in phase 1. Yeah. But what is this partners in this project? We have a Department of Health in the province, and then we also have what we call Mpilo Consortium 2.0. Some might ask, why 2.0? It so happened, ladies and gentlemen, that the first operator or private partner from the first phase happened to win the second phase and become a second operator. And hence they've changed the name from Mpilo Consortium to Mpilo Consortium 2.0. But what is this purpose of this hospital? What does this hospital serve within the province or national footprint? The province had decided that they needed to have a secure sustainability in terms of efficiency, as well as the modernization of the services within the health sector. That is the purpose of putting that hospital, as it were. And of course, it aims to severely serve as a catalyst within the health sector in the province and national-wise. I thought I should give you a picture in terms of those who don't know where this hospital locates. Is somewhere in Berea or Mkamba. This is just a high-level picture that shows different areas in that hospital. If it looks in your far right there, you've got residences. In the main building there, you've got your management buildings somewhere in the middle there. And towards bottom, you've got your main entrance there where you've got your boilers, laundry services. And in the middle, of course, there are about 4 blocks on your far left. Those are the ward and the main hospital theaters and stuff. So that's just an overview of what we are talking about. So some may ask, what does this project entails? And why do we need, or why do we have a PPP partner in this case? There was a question in the past in terms of the skills issues, knowledge, expertise with regard to certain 3 aspects during the time of inception of this project. At the time in the province, there was lack of relevant IMNT and facility management skills and knowledge for such kind of tertiary or central hospitals. Also, the technology way back in 2001 was a huge issue. So the government needed a partner, in this case, to run with your IMNT services. And of course, the last part is really on phase 2, where out of the experiences that we got in phase 1, we realized that we needed to develop a transit ward, as well as the procurement of outside or off-service disaster recovery in case there's fire in the hospitals. So that is basically what this PPP entails. In other words, it is a non-clinical provisioning of those services. The department maintains or retains the services with regard to clinical outputs. That's your medical doctors and your nurses, as well as the support. However, all non-clinical services at Nkosi Albert Luthuli is rendered by the private partner. So they have a task in hand. And that is the risk that has been talked about by my former colleagues, which the government in the province has transferred to the private partner. So the question might be, what was it that the department was, or the government was trying to achieve? So those are the objectives and in terms of the social alignment. It is quite important, as the Honorable MEC have said earlier on, you need to align that which our people on the ground requires in line with what the private partner is able to provide. So that relationship between the social partners is very, very important. And in this case, Nkosi Albert Luthuli as a project address what we call the economic growth in terms of the PGDs, which are provincial development growth strategies, and it also talked to the NDP in line with the so-called poverty eradications, as well as the provisioning of health services to our people. Of course, the critical element, which is the policy of the government, is the triple BEE. And many of you would attest to it that if it is implemented in line with the correct objectives, it can make a difference in our people's lives. So the Nkosi Albert Luthuli aligns to that, and there was obviously compliance with that 30% during the procurement process. Of course, job creation, particularly for the locals that stays around the hospitals, the project talks to it and it enforces. And this talks to the contract management, and I'll talk to it as we continue with regard to the project governance. But that's basically the alignment of this project with what is expected with social alignments. So like any other project, as the previous speakers have said, you need to have a key stakeholders. If not, the project will never be successful. I must admit something went very horribly wrong on this slide. The correct key stakeholders would be your department as a sponsor, which is the Department of Health. The second key stakeholders was your what you call provincial treasury and national treasury, in line with those approvals. And then the main, who's the service provider, your private partner, Mpilo Consortium. And of course, the last one is captured correctly as transaction advisors. And in the case at Nkosi, we used the very experienced accounting firm, which is PwC. They were the lead advisor in this project. It so happened that even on phase one, they were the lead advisor way back in 1999 to 2000. So they successfully delivered on their mandate. So I won't spend much time in terms of what the TA is all about. Now, on this slide, we are trying to address the very important aspect of the project, which is the governance and oversight. If these aspects are not dealt with successfully, they will collapse the project. I think standing here, Provincial Treasurer colleagues Nelly Shezi and her colleagues will attest to it. There was a time I felt, before you even joined the HOD, I felt that this project is not going to be successful. Having been in this job for 11 years, on the second phase, I thought, nah, this is not going to go. But what I've learned is that if you don't have executive or what you call political support and the will, the project will definitely collapse. And thanks to the Executive Council, by then, they established what we call a PEC tax team. And interestingly enough, to show that they really wanted to support this, the chairperson of that team became the premier at the time. And they ran with it, and we had quarterly meetings at the cabinet where we were presenting. And that is when I started begin to see the importance of having your PEC as an oversight. Hence, it's number one on my structure there. Of course, the project steering committee, very, very critical. We have listened to the framework of the Triple P. It requires that there are necessary approvals that needs to be made. You wouldn't be sending application to National Treasury for TA1 unless the project steering committee have set, looked at your proposals, looked at your submissions, and approved. And I think including Provincial Treasurer as co-chair of that steering committee was the right decision to make, because had we just left it to the HOD of Health with myself, I don't think it would have moved. There was a time where we needed certain expertise and knowledge, HOD, and only then, when you guys begin to co-chair that steering committee, that's when the direction was becoming clear and clear. Of course, the project officer, very, very critical to a project, because we run as project officer the daily task of any project. It becomes very tiring, particularly when you are at the beginning of this application, where you are still putting together your feasibility studies, going to procurement, starting the negotiations. So I think for Nkosi Albert Luthuli, without really putting my CV out there, I think they were very, very lucky to have a person like me who, and I'm sure if my wife was here, would be very angry with me, but coming from Pretoria and being full-time here all by myself, having left my wife and kids, all I did night and day was that project of Nkosi Albert Luthuli. I thought you'll give me a round of applause for that. Yeah, but what am I trying to say? Once you're a project officer during the inception and procurement stage, you literally leave the project. That's all you do. You don't have weekends, you don't have holidays. I even stopped my studies. I realized I was not going to succeed. But it gives me joy when I received that TA3 from Treasury. And I must admit, the team, Lindo, Temba, Kaya, from GTEC, these gentlemen were not just talking here. I lived the experience with them. They came very handy in my process. There was a time I spoke to them more than I speak to my wife. And that really, it's a problem now, but yes. But then that's all I could do. I will drop them emails even over the night, but in the morning I'll get them. So they really guided us as GTEC. They become that stakeholder in silence, although more of advisor to the project officers. Of course, the department ACM. Oh, I don't know where to begin with this one. With my experience, HOD, we might have to do something. The current core that we have of the ACMs in our departments understand Treasury Regulation 16A. That's period. They know nothing about Treasury Regulation 16, and you could understand because we don't have as much as PPP projects as we have with your normal 3A projects, which is aligned to MTEF. Because colleagues, this one goes beyond MTEF. They hardly evaluate, they hardly award this kind of contracts. I was told Nkosi was obviously awarded in 2001, but since then, there was never a single PPP project that went into inception and award. So meaning that the core that is sitting at ACM in all different departments, be it public works and stuff, has never really evaluated a project. And in this case, it was very difficult. However, it is made difficult on the basis that you were not allowed in terms of the framework to put together a separate special evaluation committee or award committee. You were forced to use the existing committee appointed by the HOD. But what we did well was to introduce colleagues and the delegates, what we call technical evaluation committees. People with the know-how were involved in this process, of course, with the guide of the chairperson of the evaluation committee. And thanks to Treasury, because that gave the push in that project at Nkosi Phase 2. So we found ourselves moving faster because we needed those technical know-how in line with IMNT, facility management, both hard facility services as well as soft facility services. So that technical evaluation committee, which was just a once-off committees to look into that evaluation, did help us a lot. Transaction advisors and ACM, I don't think there's a need for me to repeat, rather than to say, of course, for PwC, their task was really to assist with the feasibility study. I think it was Lindo who mentioned that they have the know-how, they have the expertise within themselves. They've done many projects, so they came very handy. And I think the evaluating of these TAs is actually the first step. If you want to succeed, you need to award the most experienced TAs that you can have. So in this case, they assisted with the feasibility studies. They also began assisting with the procurement process. They don't get involved. They don't obviously influence the decision, but they train you and teach you to be in line with what you call the requirements of the SCM. I must also mention this as a very, very important, because I also heard it in the previous speakers. We decided, Honorable MEC, and I see it is still your project, we decided to procure online for this project. We used, fortunately the guys are not here, they're Australian firm. We used what we call Ansarada tender platform. So the submission from the bidding process was pure online. From uploading, from the day we closed the tender, everything was closed automatically online, or everything was automated. Evaluation, scoring. So there was not really a human intervention that could have decided the project otherwise. So I was very excited to hear that. And we will avail our expertise when your project starts, Honorable MEC. It was successful, and I think it cut time wasting, the efficiency with regard to evaluations, and of course, your main issue, corruption and interfering from the what you call in terms of determining the outcome. So these were suggestions by the PwC. So I'm trying to show the importance of having TAs. Because they've worked in other projects, they were able to propose to say, why not go automation with regard to your procurement? Of course, they also led us with negotiation, a very, very critical stage of negotiations once you successfully receive your TA1. For the TA3, you needed to put together what we call the agreement, triple P agreement, and negotiate and then get the TA2. It was very critical, but because the experience in the field, PwC for Nkosi Albert Luthuli, we were able to negotiate, and I could confirm, Lindo, with substantial, in terms of substantial transfer of risk, we did achieve that. I'm sure it was easy because, of course, it's a brownfield project. There was a lot of data, there was a lot of experience behind it. So we did indeed successfully with regard to transfer of those risks. But thanks to the advisory team with the expertise from legal side of things, they did very well. I think there's a second last slide. The performance finance structure. I think this is important for our guest, because Albert Luthuli being a brownfield was what Themba was talking about, which is your service triple P. There was no requirements for CapEx. I think it was just about 2% CapEx. So hence we followed what we call corporate finance structure versus your traditional project finance. So for a phase 2 projects, you're going to have those challenges where there's not really a capital required as much as if it was a greenfield project. And that was the same for Nkosi Albert Luthuli. Of course, the whole project was based on the availability of funds. Your normal unitary fee, which is your service fee, and the market was only looking at what we call a cash flow. So it's a service contract. You perform, we pay you. You don't perform, we penalize. We've got what we call penalty regime built in the whole financial model. And in this case, if you do very well, your internal rate of return will always remain 14%. And I think that's very handsome for private sector. So there is money in state if you participate and you do well. The distinctive features and challenges, of course, at hospitals, it's pure paperless. You might have heard about it. You don't walk around as a patient with files. That is the strong distinctive features. Yes, I've mentioned that is a brownfield now. But I think what is important is that you've got patient records kept for life, which makes it easy. We can use your medical aid. It's easy to claim, which is it's a plus. And of course, like any other project, there are some challenges. The biggest challenge was the transition from the greenfield project to a brownfield. Of course, those disruptions with clinical outcomes, but they were minimal, but there were challenges. The biggest one for yourselves will be your market engagement. And I've heard that before. For a phase 2, it was so difficult to attract bidders because all of them thought the incumbent will win. And indeed, I don't know if it's a good or bad, but the incumbent definitely won. So there was about only 7 bidders responded, and only 4 could qualify for RFP. And unfortunately, 1 became the incumbent, won the part. So that to us, we thought is a challenge to go into phase 2 with the incumbent. But however, that was the case in this one. Risks, obviously, I've mentioned it. They were substantially transferred. And the key ones, they were retained, of course. And those was your normal operations, your clinical operations. We retained those ones. But the availability and the quality risk were fully transferred to what you call to the private sector. And those that were retained were also mitigated, of course. And the mitigation is to make availability of those clinicians so that we can draw and leverage on the services that we are receiving in terms of the IMNT and the quality medical equipment that is provided by the what you call private partner. Of course, benefits and drawbacks, it could be a disadvantage, advantages. You maintain the service at excellence benchmarking. You go everywhere in the country, they will tell you Nkosi Albert Luthuli is excellence. Of course, support from provincial economics, it supports provincial economics growth, I've mentioned that. The risk transfer, I've mentioned it. The value for money, very, very important. What you pay is what you get out of. So that is drawn in that contract. The drawbacks was definitely the complexity of the procurement. And I think it has been mentioned that is very complex, Triple P. But after this presentation by GTech people, we realize it's not that complex. But for some of us, it was the first project, so we found it as very complex. But I think that's what the Triple P regulations amendments were trying to achieve as well. And hopefully with those amendments, it will not be that complex. Risk reduced, market in terms of interest, I've mentioned that where if it's a phase 2 project, which is brown, you wouldn't really attract more of the private partner to participate on that basis that they think the incumbent will win. Performance and success factors, of course, strong governance in the project, I've mentioned that, where all the stakeholders are participating. Compliance with National Treasury approvals. We've had them now, the TA1, TA2, TA3. Once you comply, you don't have you don't have the challenge with back and forth. You get your approvals first right, and then you continue with the project. Of course, the whole agreement in Nkosi Albert Luthuli, it is an out-based performance. In other words, the output specs is your key. It's our Bible every day. We have what we call Schedule 8, which is your output spec. So the whole agreement is output-based specification. If they fail, we penalize. If we require an MRI working 24/7, by the time it goes off and is logged, it starts kicking in the interest in terms of penalties. So it is pure output-based performance project. Lessons learned, which is the last slide, is really to get the strong project officer who has memory. So I think staying there for 11 years helped with facilitating phase 2. Of course, continuation with stakeholder engagement. Even after you are successful obtaining your TA's approval, you need to continuously engage with their stakeholders. Early risk assessments, where you clearly define them, you mitigate them as early as possible before you can start putting your TAs during the feasibility study. It did help us a lot. Capacity building in contract management as well as SCM. I've touched base that, so I won't repeat. Of course, the one that I've just mentioned, the use of online procurement systems. I think it was a great success for us. Had we not gone then, we would have dealt with hundreds of pages, even thousands of pages, because the project like Triple P's, the submission in terms of the tender is thousands and thousands of pages. So it would have been very difficult to evaluate. Structured negotiations, I've also mentioned that at Nkosi, we went for phase 1, where there's a markup in your agreement documents, which indeed assisted the negotiators in terms of picking up that which the successful or preferred bidder was more proposing versus that which our RFP had indicated. And I think with that, really, Program Director, it was indeed and experience and lessons learned. And that program director brings us to an end in terms of the case study at Nkosi Lepetuthuli, which is a second phase. It will run for the next 12 years until the end of concession in 2036, 31st May. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Vumbi. Yeah, that process, one learned how to be a treasury official as well as employee wellness when you had to counsel Mr. Vumbi, when you was about to give up and you kept on saying you can't give up now, but thank you very much for that. The next presentation will come from Mr. Yengwa, a waste management PPP initiative in Watuguza. And I think also here we will probably see more how we get the communities involved, because that project is also a municipal project and it has got subcontractors as well as community participation in it. Over to you, Mr. Yengwa.
Advocate Themba Yengwa was admitted with the High Court of KwaZulu-Natal. He is currently a senior manager for operations at Kwatuguza local municipality. Advocate Yengwa has been involved with managing the waste management public-private partnership in the municipality since 2020.
Yeah. Yeah, it's the wrong one. It's the wrong presentation. I think connecting with USB. Yeah. Yeah. Greetings, Program Director. Greetings to the MEC, Honorable Mayors, colleagues, and distinguished guests. Program Director, I can assure you that Themba and I spoke before the session started, where we had a discussion, and I promised him that he can utilize part of my time so that I will try then to move with speed. So there was an arrangement, so you do not need to worry on that end. Correctly, as I've been introduced, my name is Themba Yengwa. I'm coming from Watuguza municipality, which is a secondary city. My presentation will be around the triple P between ourselves and the private partner, which is Dolphin Coast Management. I think, okay, I think with regards to, yeah, please. Yeah, so the triple P is between Watuguza municipality and Dolphin Coast Waste Management. The partnership is for a period of 10 years. Initially, in its inception, it was for a period of 8 years, but then due to the change of the scope, we had to change it to 10 years. And as such, in terms of the regulations, a further approval had to be received from Treasury, which we did receive. This is sabotage, MEC. It's not my fault. Thank you. So as I said, that it's between Kwatukuza. It was signed in October for a period of 10 years. And I said that initially it was for 8 years, but due to the change of scope, we had to then get a reapproval from Provincial Treasury, which we did get. Currently, the project is on its 5th year, which is the halfway line. The next slide deals with the project milestone. This slide is very important. I thought I should share with everyone to just try and unpack the timeline. I would want you to note, because I want to highlight the challenges that we experience as officials when it comes to this. The project registration was done in 2010. Obviously, before you want to embark on this, you need to register the project first. Whilst in the same year, Council resolved to undertake a Section 78 study. There must really be a willingness from Council to conduct the feasibility study. Otherwise, there are challenges around that issue. Once the study was done, it took a bit of time for Council to actually for the report to be tabled at Council. You would note there that the date is 2012. And I specifically put that sometimes Council will not be able to take a decision. And with the change of politics as well in local government, all of these issues cause serious delays. You would note that after the report was ready, it was only accepted in 2015 towards the end of term of office. There was a delay in between there, and that really frustrated. Whilst that is happening on the side, we are continuing with an irregular contract on our end, which we are trying to regularize through this process. So those are the challenges that we faced. And then once that was done, we got into a space of procurement, which was in 2018. And really, as the previous speakers have really articulated, the procurement is really specialized and it's very complex. And hence why we require the specialists that we require. I mean, all of the stages, your inception, your feasibility, your procurement, your contracting, and the final stage, which towards the end, that's when I came into the project, where it's the management of the project. Finally, in 2020, that is where the contract was finalized and signed. The key learnings there that one can actually draw and highlight is that having a good team, a multidisciplinary team will really assist, and the transitional advisors as well are very crucial to Triple P projects, as the previous speakers have highlighted. Sorry. So again, the next slide is the institutional arrangements. Now is where you really get into the management of the Triple P. So we have a project steering committee, which looks at all of the issues below. I will get into the reporting regime just now. So who forms part of the Triple P? It would be Kwatukuza municipality. When I say Kwatukuza municipality, I'm talking specifically all the disciplines within the municipality, your finance, your legal, your SCM. I mean, all of the skills that are required to manage this. Dolphin Coast Waste Management, which is the private partner, and then Provincial Treasury as well forms part of the project steering committee. We are then reporting on the following, which is your finance. You'd note in the next slide, or the two slides to follow, that I would then start to deal with the financial implications for the municipality. So we also deal with BEE, suppliers and contractors. We also deal with the house count survey. House count surveys are held quarterly, so that we generally, because Kwatukuza as well, I think I'll deal with it in the next slide. is one of the fastest growing municipalities in South Africa. So we really have a challenge in the main of migrations. We look at human resources, health and safety, the risk management, performance management, and subcontracting. As I said, managers from both parties is very, very important in monitoring the service. And lessons that one can draw from that is really strong governance structures prevent disputes, because as part of managing the Triple P, we are trying by all means to really reduce litigation. So you really want to try and resolve things. So having sound people, sound-minded people managing the projects really assists with dealing with that factor. Here, I'm just trying to show you basically the population in Watuguza and really that as we have such a dynamically growing population, we really need an efficient waste management services. And I said this phenomenon of mostly coastal towns where job opportunities are there, you have a lot of people migrating towards those towns. And Watuguza, in terms of development and business opportunities, people are attracted towards there. So this phenomenon makes it very difficult from a planning point of view for the municipality and from a budgeting point of view as well. So here we've got the population that we are servicing out of the 325,912 is 36,000. We are able to actually have an accurate number because of the house count surveys that we do. So the total cost for the previous financial year was 165,481,000. With a yearly increment of CPI +2, obviously that is kept. We have capping at the low and capping at the high as well. Challenges that you would get, as I said, the house count survey becomes really important because of the migration, unprecedented growth in the project area, difficulty in terms of budgeting, because numbers generally increase. So let me probably explain that before people are confused. So we are able to budget in terms of the service because we know exactly the cost of the service. But because we are utilizing a private partner, in instance, the private partner will be saying, I am servicing 20 houses this month. The next month, there are 22 houses. So from where it's formal development, we are able to plan, but informal places, that's where the difficulty is. And in the main, that's where you have people, majority of them are indigent. So you know that we then have to be able to register them on the indigent register in order to get funding from government. So that process is a problem that I would really want the Treasury to look at and probably try and come with a much more manageable solution for that. With regards to subcontracting is one of the key requirements of the contract that was entered into. And it's one of the issues that we report on, and Provincial Treasury always pushes us to really look at this. And you would note that in terms of the contract, it requires 35% of should be reserved for community-based contractors. However, if you look at where we are for the total budgets that I have referred to, we have spent, they are currently on 53% of the total budget that goes to your BE suppliers, and 80, which is level 1, and then 80% of that 53 will then go to your level 2 level suppliers. As the last quarter alone, BE spending was approximately 84% of the total spent, which was 19 million. So out of that 19 million, 16 million would have gone to your BE spending, which I think is good because this then assists communities and small businesses, which creates job opportunities. With regards to the scope of the service, it's mostly your domestic waste collection, your commercial and industrial, your garden refuse, and your street sweeping. And Dolphin Coast as well also operates a waste transfer, which they have to develop, and then they will be handing that over back to the municipality once the contract comes to an end. Your waste transfer is where generally all your dump trucks, where we generally try and separate waste, recyclable waste, and waste that needs to go to the landfill site. So this is very important when you are managing waste. Advantages of Triple P. I think everyone has spoken mainly about the transfer of risk. So I wouldn't focus much on that. With us, it's the level of improved service. I mean, we get compliments all the time. Just make a case, a point. There's a small town within the municipality called Shagaskral. Because this is a big project, we implemented the project in phases. So we started with your waste collection, and then we moved on to street sweeping. So Shagaskral is within the project area, and they had serious problems with littering in the town. Today, if you drive through Shagaskral, you would think you are driving in a different town when you know Shagaskral. So the private partner really came in and really changed the experience for the people. Your private sector expertise, your economic development and BEE. I would say that in terms of the operational and financial risks, those are the risks that were transferred to the private partner. The equipment belongs to him, and the service delivery is also transferred to him. Recently, we had a strike within the municipality, and this is where this issue of transferring of risk comes in, because in the service area where they operate, services continued, whilst on the other side where we are doing it on the owners, the municipality, we had a fundamental. I'm sure everyone seated here knows the implications of waste not being collected for one day. So yeah, so those are the benefits in terms of the transfer of risk. Challenges to consider when managing contract. Obviously, it's a complex contract. Monitoring of service delivery can at times be difficult, especially in areas where you would also rely mainly in terms of the feedback that you get from the community. So certain areas people would not generally want to give feedback. So it becomes a bit of a difficult, especially as well, balancing the cost and value. Budgeting difficulties, like I said earlier on. And with regards to the other challenge, with regards to the project steering committee, it becomes very, very difficult when you are going to have very critical members of the committee not attending meetings, because here is where decisions are taken. Here is where we would then bring the stats of the house count survey. Now, if finance, for instance, is not going to come on to this meeting and attend meetings, then with the stats that need to be implemented, then finance will only come at the later end when they are supposed to implement, and then they are now starting to question everything, but they could have had that opportunity during the project steering committee, which then delays in terms of implementing new stats, which for us then causes more of a financial burden to the municipality. So really, really important participation for all members that are identified to be part of this project is very important. Okay, one more slide, sorry. Okay. I think the remote is moving slower than me. Please forgive me. Okay, keys to success. Again, robust overview, performance monitoring, community engagement, with community engagement, what makes the process very easy is engaging the community from the inception stage, engaging the stakeholders, engaging the ratepayers, because that's where once you get their buy-in and they understand exactly what's happening from the start, you do not get many objections and stoppages, accountability, adaptability, and regular house counts really assist in terms of monitoring exactly, because part of what we need to account for with waste services being a national key indicator is when we say that we are providing 100% of the service to the population, we need then to show. So these house counts then come in very important there. And then obviously the contract management as well, key. And then the strong governance structures prevents a lot of disputes and ensures accountability and reduces the issue of litigation, as I said. I think, thank you, Program Director. I really did try to catch up in times. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Yenga. Please load the next presentation. The next presentation will be Mr. Duma, who comes from the Presidency, the Bulk Water System Management PPP in Ilembe, as well as Bombela District. You have the floor, Mr. Duma.
Mr. Skulegile Duma is a director for projects management in the Office of the President. He's responsible for supporting government and business partnerships in energy, logistics, crime reduction, among others. He has also worked for Anglo American, where he was entrusted with international and sustainability relations.
Thank you, Program Director, and I think it's still morning. So good morning to the MEC, to the Mayor, to the AHODs, and really any of the senior officials that are here today, members of business, civil society, and any of the critical stakeholders as well. I was looking at the slides that my colleagues are making, and I was a bit jealous because they've done a really nice design of them. As I'd done the kind of typical government thing where you kind of put the points, but in any case, we'll try to save time. I think the first one to begin is that in the presidency, I guess the question is, where do we come on this topic? And there's a number of angles. The first one, of course, is that we are leading the work with the eThekwini Metropolitan Municipality on the Presidential eThekwini Working Group, which of course we co-lead with the province as well. And so in one of our workshops, we had presented this case study, which we've looked at as part of our Operation Vulindlela reforms. The President launched Operation Vulindlela Phase 2, the structural reform process, about 2 to 3 weeks ago. And of course, one focal area becomes water. We know, of course, as a country that we face several challenges, especially from a bulk infrastructure perspective. And the question is, how do you enable private sector investment, whether that's on desalination, water treatment plants, non-revenue water solutions, and so on. And this, in many instances, follows the trend that Operation Vulindlela has tried to do, which the MEC has, I think, articulated in some sense, that you've got a balance sheet which is not where you'd like to be as a country. And so really, how do you bring in other financial tools, mechanisms to ensure that you can invest in infrastructure, which unfortunately has been, in terms of the percentage of spend, has been dwindling, especially in the last 15 years or so. So that's effectively where we come in. I think the issues, I think, are well known as to why private sector participation models become quite key. When we look at ourselves as a country, rapid urbanization, aging infrastructure that I've spoken about, and of course, the pressure that is seen on municipal infrastructure as well. Now, we know, of course, that the issue of private sector participation, especially in areas like water, it hasn't been an easy journey, right? It has been, in some instances, a contentious issue. But I think that the nature of the crisis that is being faced in many instances forces us, in many instances, to rethink where does it work, where are places where improvement is necessary. Now, I mean, in some sense, despite I think some narratives, yes, I think we could be better at private sector participation as a country, but across the country, and this is a great picture that the NBI, the National Business Initiative, has really provided, really shows you that actually there's a set of PPPs or private sector models that are operating in various municipalities across the country, and we in many instances will try to cover that. My colleagues before have covered PPPs in great detail, so I won't do that. But just to say, of course, that one of the things we look at are international experiences. Latin America is a good case study. In many instances, led the trend in terms of private sector participation. You've seen, for example, in places like Brazil, where you've seen, the extending of infrastructure in urban areas, places like Chile that led as well. But also, we must also be honest that in that setting later on, there would also be critique of how the kind of mechanism was undertaken as well. And then we also see that in other countries like Mexico, Honduras, we've seen different models of private sector participation that have taken. When we come to the African continent, there is a mixed bag. Very good examples, such as, for example, pipe water connections in the Ivory Coast, which had doubled in a decade. In Zambia, for example, we saw improved collection rates. That was also true in Johannesburg as well. But in some parts of Southern Africa, Zambia, I think, Ghana and the like, Namibia and the likes, there was more of a mixed bag in terms of what could be achieved. Now, the first one to start, especially when we talk about reforms, Operation Vulindlela doesn't just look at water, but it also looks at local government reforms as well. And there's a host of them. But one of the ones that are sometimes not popular with municipalities, and so we have to be quite honest about, or we have to get into the nuances, is this idea of ring fencing as a reform. We know that, of course, utilities are then used to cross-subsidize various services across the municipality. This model, of course, is not saying that you end cross-subsidization. It is merely saying that the revenues that are brought in, should a portion of it be used for capital expenditure to make sure that you're able to invest. And so really, when we think about reform, we think about this idea of ring fencing, but there are multiple models in some sense that are underway, right? The first one, of course, is the kind of common approach that we have in municipalities, where a water department, it's a water department of a municipality, and we know a few municipalities in KZN that have that model. The second one, of course, is where you have a business unit, and then the third one is what you find in places, for example, in Johannesburg, where it is a municipal-owned water and sanitation company. And then the fourth model, of course, is what we'll be articulating today, which is effectively where you get a water services provider to basically be contracted to the municipality, some kind of private entity in that regard. So the first case study is around the Lembe district, and then we'll look at Mbombela. It's two good municipalities to compare. One is very small and has particular constraints, and the other a little bit bigger in some sense. And really here we're focusing on the Caesar water concession. Of course, I think the Lembe district, as we've mentioned, has, I think, something like 55 to 60,000 users. And a 30-year concession was given in 1999. It will then continue until 2029. The decision was really made at the time by the Borough of the Dolphin Coast, which was effectively looking at their own restricted budget, a lack of creditworthiness, and a lack of capacity in terms of technical and managerial skills. And so the decision was then made, working, of course, with the Development Bank of Southern Africa, that this concession would be established. Of course, the idea was really about managing, maintaining, rehabilitating some of the water infrastructure going forward. And then, of course, when it comes from the side of the municipality, it would be responsible for setting some of the rates as well. And so ultimately, the oversight of this particular concession would sit with council, and the agreements would be, regulated at that level. In terms of performance, we've seen that there was a reduction of water losses from about 33% to 8%, 8 to 15% in 2021. And then we've also seen an improvement in terms of the green drop status, for example. And so if you have, 3 systems that were located in KwaZulu-Natal, I believe about 2 of those were managed by Caesar Water as well. And then we also see that in terms of the blue drop status, there was also the Dauphin Coast system, which achieved a score of about 98.6.3%. And then there was an investment of about 500 million in water infrastructure, which includes upgrading of reservoirs in the case. Tariffs, again, not directly set by Caesar Water. Instead, the tariff, would be applied from Caesar Water, which the council would approve. I mean, if you think about energy tariffs, for example, it works in many ways the same way as well. In many instances, if tariff increases came in, it was mostly because that the Umgeni water charges had gone up, and that's where it came from. Maybe the issue that has to be raised is that it's not completely, while I think there's big positives, it's not only a positive story. There is the challenge, of course, about water access and affordability thereof. And so there were complaints that the concession failed to implement national government's free water policy in some instances. And in those areas, for example, where there was extreme poverty, especially the township areas, you had a high amount of disconnections and of course, debt that was escalating in some instances as well. And so when you think about this model, it is quite important to state, what is the implication for those households that are not necessarily seen as economically viable, and especially extending infrastructure into those particular areas. One of the learnings becomes, what is the responsibility between the concessionaire and, of course, the responsibility of the council as it relates to these particular households and accessing that particular subsidy. And then we're brought to Mbombela, the case study as well, which is, I think, similar to what we saw with the Caesar Water concession. You have the Sulamanzi concession, which really covers the city of Mbombela and, of course, the surrounding townships, covering a population of about 400,000. But that, of course, I think has jumped. It also itself finds itself in the late 90s as well, and was built as a special delivery vehicle going forward. Just looking at the performance, similar to Caesar Water, in the sense that, a review that had been done in 2010 found that there was a good control in terms of management and operation of systems, found that actually access to water had improved from 45% to about 95%. And then also many of the systems that were being run, the affluents were seen as excellent. A good investment had been made, which indicates that it could have been better. And then, of course, the issue, though, however, was that the full capital grant funding was not fully spent, which also in itself caused issues. Training was seen as very good, and then, of course, the tariffs that were found in that municipality were similar or lower to comparable municipalities as well. Some of the challenges is that the 24 water supply was an area where there could be vast improvement. So at the time, about 68% of households did not have access to a 24-hour water supply. And of course, this was one of the bases of the contracting. Again, when we talk about the responsibilities of the municipalities in these concession agreements, it's important to also state how important that is, because again, contract monitoring, actually holding the entity accountable for some of the targets they were not meeting, was something that also was flagged as a massive risk as well. And then again, some of the issues that we've mentioned in the Caesar concession around affordability, being able to actually extend infrastructure to some of those areas where for example, it might not be economically viable, was also another area. And then, you know, again, in terms of financial performance, the water losses range from about 15 to 20% against a national average of 47%. So we see, I think, good improvement in that thing. We also see some good performance in terms of the green drop status, especially in Mpumalanga, which I think is quite positive. But again, one of the things I think it also highlights, if we go to the 20-year review, is that there was substantially underinvestment, especially in the infrastructure, as we had mentioned. And also what was found was that, you know, the kind of financial viability of the concessionaire was able to take on the debt over the kind of past 10 years as well. The other issue that I think has also been flagged as well is that an agreement, of course, was reached between the concession and the municipality around making sure that they could get additional grants, especially for indigent households. And it was found that the concession became more and more reliable on those particular grants as well, which also you know, flags particular risks. So the first thing, you know, if we look at the summary of these particular case studies, we can see that from an operational performance perspective, that there are improvements, there are vast improvements in terms of the quality of water service, the infrastructure, good financial and sustainable investment, and then we can also see when it comes to reduced water losses that there are massive efficiency gains as well. However, there are a number of areas that need to be improved, mainly the expanding access to underserved areas, the issues around tariffs and affordability considerations, and of course, you know, if the municipality or government is not playing its oversight role, you can also bring especially poor contract management, which then of course can affect the ultimate capital expenditure, investment in infrastructure, and so on going forward. So with that, Program Director, we'd like to thank you. And of course, these are lessons that we take in our stead as we undertake the reform progress across government. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Mr. Duma. You also saved us 5 minutes from your 20 minutes. The next presentation, Africa's Mining Diplomacy and PPP. I've got the pleasure to welcome Ms. Masha Gabriel, Consulate of the Federal Democratic Republic of Ethiopia, to the podium. Thank you, ma'am.
Ms. Masha Gabriel serves the government of Ethiopia as consulate to South Africa. She's an international business specialist. Ms. Gabriel is pursuing a doctorate in business administration from the University of KwaZulu-Natal, having obtained a Master of Business Administration in 2017.
Okay. Good afternoon, MEC, together with your team. And for the sake of time, can I say all protocols observed? So thank you. I'm humbled beyond measure to stand here today and to share the case study of Ethiopia, a mining sector apart from other sectors. So you would see very, very interesting. Let's see first if this presenter stick is working. Yeah, it is. Okay, perfect. So I put this slide up here. By the way, before I start, normally when I'm introduced as the honorary consular for Ethiopia, people tend to feel very sorry for me. And I am quite shocked, actually. And they ask me when I do travel, I just got back from Ethiopia, and they ask me when I do travel to Ethiopia, am I buying biscuits from Woolies? Come on, man. You know. And Ethiopia is, if you've not been to Ethiopia, Ethiopia is not the image of a child with a big tummy and running nose. The West has whatever the word is, defamed or framed Ethiopia in such a way that philanthropists went ahead, used the worst picture to raise funds. That's not how we raise funds. Now, while money is not everything, it ranks up there with oxygen. So if you didn't know, the most sold products on the globe, number one is fuel and number two is coffee. And Ethiopia are the biggest exporters of both products. We rank 8th in the world with our coffee, which was first discovered in Ethiopia. Secondly, we have a multi-award winning airline that have just recently taken a UK award. Is the image changing? Are you still feeling sorry for me? And then, if you didn't know, Ethiopia has the biggest sovereign wealth fund on the continent. 150 billion USD. Our second airport, 40 Ks from Addis, should be ready in the next 2 years, valued at 6 billion. Biggest in Africa. Please don't feel sorry for me. 130 million people in Ethiopia. Every time I'm in Ethiopia, they know how to capitalize on, I'm not going to say talent because that makes me look too good, but they know how to capitalize on expertise. Immediately, I am taken to EBC, which is Ethiopian Broadcasting Corporation, and gone live in terms of what value and impact do we as consulars bring bilaterally to the host country and to Ethiopia. Now, I've never saw something like that in South Africa. By the way, I'm not Ethiopian, I am South African. So coming back to my presentation, I want to share something. A lot of theory has gone into PPP. The difference with Ethiopia and our PPP is we brought in a second component, which is DP. That means we enhance private-public partnership and development partnership. Nothing that is something to consider, MEC, because your development partners are your UN, your development bank, and they hold the funds. From a diplomatic perspective, every embassy has a fund that has not been tapped into. So it'll be key to bring in bilateral partnerships and DP partnerships to enhance your PPP in South Africa. So looking at Africa's mining diplomacy and PPP, I've put the first pillar there you would see is growth, fostering international relations and strengthening Africa's mining sector. The second one is very close to my heart, which is gender diversity and inclusivity. I thought at one stage we were gender prejudice. I'm just the first female speaker. But we've done well. I think there's more after me. So equalization and synchronization of women in mining, leading and ensuring sustainable mining logistics. And the third pillar is industrialization, enhancing mineral processing for export capabilities. And that's where Ethiopia currently is. We mine for export purposes. Now, if you're looking at, I'm going to run through this and I'm going to bring this thing home. I know we've shared a lot of theory. We've shared what the benefits, what the risks, what PPE is. But how do we roll this thing and make it tangible? How do we bring this home and start monetizing every theory that was on the screen? I'm sure you're waiting for that part, right? Because I tell you one thing is, before I was a diplomat, I served the South African Post Office, I served the South African government. I went into business, still in business. I'm at a place in my diplomacy where I'll monetize what you speak. I promise you. I was with my supervisor the other day and just finalizing my doctorate in business. And he I asked him, he's a professor, and I asked him, you do your job so well, but I'm sure, how well is your bank account? Because we've so capitalized, theoretically, that we have failed to monetize what we've been educated with. Am I making sense? Okay, let's bring this baby home, right? So we say, let's map. I'm going to run through this very quickly. Mapping Ethiopia's mineral wealth. You'll never feel sorry for me again. Ethiopia is rich in mineral resources, including precious metals, gold, platinum, and the list go on. It's on your screen, okay? It's just a mere being, I'm not going to just repeat it. Gemstones, we are the major producer of sapphire and emerald, and over 20 other gemstones are exported annually. That's Ethiopia. So Ethiopia's mineral producers and exports, we rank 6th biggest producer of tantalum. We rank 5th globally in opal exports, and gold exports increased from 30 million USD in 2009 to over 500 million in 2021 due to PPP and DP. So here we look at potash. Now, this is very, very interesting because the world's potash is actually mined for the use as fertilizer in the agricultural sector. And I just got back from a meeting with Dr. Brooks, and he's the CEO for Ethiopia's investment fund. And I was told that we needed 6 billion USD for our agricultural sector. And they've asked bank number 1, and they hesitated. We've asked bank number 2, and they hesitated. And Dr. Brooks says, keep your money, comes back to the investment fund, takes that 6 billion and pumps it into our agricultural sector. And guess what? 10 banks thereafter signed up. What are we saying? Do we collapse and die when the answer is no? Or do we rise, and those that said no come to the table eventually? So the tenacity into which we drive PPP is critical, absolutely critical. So if you're looking at potash, 95% of the world's potash is mined for the use as fertilizer in the agricultural sector. And it is proven now in the Afar region of Ethiopia that they sit 26 billion tons of this resource. And that's an invitation for investors to come to Ethiopia in terms of your mining sector. Now, the government of Ethiopia has been very clear and has set out a clear pathway to prosperity through its newest homegrown economic reform agenda, enabling Ethiopia to reach the status of a middle-income country by 2030. And the pathway and the way to get there is through reforming the mining sector. Now, I'm going to talk a little bit about the gender side just in the next 2 or 3 slides. But if you're looking at the turn or the GDP and the mining contribution in South Africa, 2023 indicates, as per the Minerals Mining Council, that we have contributed 423 billion rands just in mining. And they say that the presentation of women, or the representation of women in this sector, is just under 15% or 15%. Something's not right with the picture, right? Come on, guys, you can say yes. We're not there to take your job. We're there to add value. We're there to add impact. So here we're looking at your FDI and your PPP, which is your foreign direct investment. Now, on the 13th of May, a similar meeting like this was hosted in Ethiopia, and they don't play. I mean, it's no child play for Ethiopia. At this meeting, to start the PPP and a DP, they started something that was called the Invest in Ethiopia High Level Business Forum 2025. That's what the PPP forum is called, right? Your high level business forum. They put together a 2 days event like this, and they refused to allow the investors to leave without signing 1.6 billion investment, 1.6 billion USD in investment, day 2. So I'm going to say, I don't know, probably the MEC has something rolled out to sign some investments, have some MOUs drawn today. I don't know. But Ethiopia is no child play. When we come to a 2-day summit of this nature, they come in with partners, they come in with agreements, they come in with resources. And before they left Addis, they signed an MOU totaling an investment of 1.6 billion USD. So but the investment forum's objectives is to boost government's efforts in attracting private sector investment and showcasing opportunities for both domestic and foreign investors, foster a robust environment for investment and dialogue in Ethiopia, and with a strong focus on public-private dialogue to incorporate private sector insights into the broader discussions at government level. In other words, this forum shapes economic policies. That's what they do to enhance investment in Ethiopia. Now, most of the speakers shared about what PPP does, but include a multilateral and a bilateral cooperation, you will have the same impact in terms of what a PPP is. There's definitely increased efficiency and expertise, cost sharing and risk sharing, improved risk delivery, and accelerated infrastructure delivery. So let's pass all this. Now, to achieve this type of an investment and in terms of creating a pathway that the government has set, the Business Forum put in place not the Business Forum, sorry, the Minister of Finance formed something called the PPP board, and that is chaired by the Minister of Finance. Within the Ministry of Finance, our Public-Private Partnership Director General was also established and acts as a secretariat to the board. So you could see how this is being rolled out, right? They have a plan and they have an action and they're now rolling this out. And the board is now responsible for the PPP guidelines, the PPP directives, and the PPP amendments. So let's map out South Africa's mineral wealth. What does mining diplomacy for South Africa will actually do? It will promote women and democracy and investment through bilateral relations and PPP in South Africa and across 34 countries. I'm told I'm the 34th consular in KZN. Means KZN has the highest representation of diplomats. I don't know if you know that. Can I have some water, please? Mining diplomacy is also strengthening Africa's mining industry by promoting international partnerships, advocating for gender diversity, and fostering collaboration in mineral processing. Take a look at this while I just have some. Thank you so much. Thanks. So yeah, how do we build a better province in KwaZulu-Natal through mining? I want you to keep this in mind, that South African mining contribution, GDP contribution in 2023 was 443 billion. Just a thought. I know the MEC mentioned that our financial debt exceeds over 400 million, right? Let's just round that up for 400 so it's easier to work out the figures. We have 9 provinces in South Africa. I'm not saying this should be divided equally, but I'm putting a model in place. If we as a country are in debt, are in 400 million rands debt, 400 billion rands debt, and we have 9 provinces, divide that by 9 is 44 billion. Take out your calculators. I'm just trying to figure that out, right? So that means the load shifts and the load lessens. if 9 provinces come to the table and assume responsibility, that lowers the debt in terms of how can we come together and try and create a ripple effect or create a plan and action to take charge of this debt rather than committing to more spending power, right? I've put something down here. If we're in 400 billion rands debt, take 9 provinces divided by 9 gives you about 44 billion per province. Means each province takes responsibility for 44. I know you're not going to agree. I'm just using it as a model because we have 3 main provinces and they should assume more. Agreed. If you take, but just use it as a model, if each province assumes a responsibility for 44 billion over a 5-year period, that means all they need to account for is 8.8 billion per year. Am I right? Yet we are paying 14.4 billion per annum in interest. Doesn't make sense. That's something to think about. Okay? Can it be done? Absolutely. So you're building a better province through mining. What are the innovation systems in mining? Why mining? How do we build this province through mining? How do we mitigate our risk? How do we mitigate debt? How do we come to the table, work together, and create a model that other countries could emulate? We're looking at, from a mining perspective, your innovation ecosystems. You know, we always talk about transformation or transformative innovation. But how do we get to transformative innovation? It starts with innovation ecosystems. That means each industry or workforce and SMME is all brought in together to create transformation for real. I'm going to run through this. Then we have your PPP bilateral partnership locked inside mining. And when you come together, there's a transfer of, let's go here, technology-driven mining, rehabilitation of underutilized and abandoned mine skills development and R&D, and that's equal to infrastructure development. And right now we know that we have mines that are underutilized. What can be done? Mining diplomacy. There's a definite improvement in our transports and logistics. Take Transnet, that equal SOE's growth. And your localization and innovation, of course, increased manufacturing, transfer of skills, that equals social innovation and gender inclusion and human capital development. So building a better province through mining. How? So we're saying Africa's Mining Diplomacy Summit and Expo is scheduled to take place on the 26th to the 27th November. This is PPP, right? DP, and also bilateral relations. Optimalt, as of yesterday, joined forces, which is one of the biggest EPC consultants in South Africa. Mushir, who is the MD, serves as the chairperson for ISO, the only gentleman in South Africa, or the only person in South Africa. He also serves on the board for mining in the UK, and he's joined forces and happy to hold our hands along the journey. So we're saying mining diplomacy 26th to 27th November 2025, we want to host it in KZN at the Durban ICC. And I read a very important statement. President Cyril Ramaphosa at a joint sitting of Parliament on the 18th of September 29 motioned an emergency action plan aimed to address the crisis of gender-based violence and femicide in South Africa. While that plan was rolled out, gender-based violence still persists. Somebody thought I had nothing to do on the 26th to the 27th. That's why I'm hosting mining diplomacy. Actually not. 16 days of activism starts on the 25th. While I'm actually done, I'm not going to be sorry about it, but I'm done about just creating awareness of empowerment, of empowering women. I am done. Not that it's important, of course it's important. But for the years, even since the announcement of this plan, gender-based violence persists. So I'm saying the reason we put this there in the midst of gender-based violence, we want to bring the mining councils together. We want to bring PPPs together, the DPs together, and we want to bring all the mines together to commit to increasing the representation of women, not from a BEE status, and beyond that, bring real talent, bring diversified talent and academia to the table so that we could build a better province through mining. So we're saying that mining diplomacy is the key objective and is the equalization and synchronization of women in mining, leading and ensuring sustainable mining logistics. So coming to that, Ethiopia is already in the lead and committing to the minister being one of our speakers. Ethiopia's Broadcasting Corporation will be here live to air that and take it across the continent, and Ethiopia Airlines partner. So South Africa will play a very key role. The mining industry and the energy crisis, what is the role? This is the proposed agenda, but it will change daily. Ethiopia, the mining industry is crucial for progress and development, serving as the foundation for innovation, infrastructure, and economic development. The private sector panel and the public sector panels have a very key role in this place, if you could look here. And we say, can we come together? MEC, can we come together? PPPs, business sector, corporate sector, financial institutions. Can we come together and build a better province through mining? And I promise you, should we take the lead, this will be the impact. We will continue to create a ripple effect across the country, across all sectors, and have transformation for real. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Gabriel. Yes, we will come together, except for on the 44 billion part. No, we will not take part in that 44 billion problem because we don't have the tax base. Thank you very much for an inspiring presentation. And I think all of us are going to diarize the 26th to the 27th for that mining engagement here in Durban. Our last presentation in this session comes from Andrew van der Walt, Partnerships in the Agricultural Sector. Thank you very much, Andrew. You've got the stage.
Dr. Andrew van der Walt is an animal scientist and consultant. He has a doctorate in technology obtained from the Technical University of the Free State. He has 20 years experience in the development and planning of agricultural enterprises with specific focus in the dairy and beef industries in sub-Saharan Africa.
Yeah, it's PDF. Sorry, it won't work. It won't work. You have to move one by one. Unfortunately.
Can I try and move it one by one?
Yeah.
Okay, then put it up and then I'll hit the button.
Okay. Let's go come up.
Honorable MSc, ladies and gentlemen, our product manager. I got, I think, the privilege to talk about food just before lunch, so I hope I've got all of your attention. I did not prepare the slideshow. That was Nomonde's job. So I'm going to move it one by one because it's not in PDF format, or it is in PDF format. I'm going to start with giving some statistics globally and then locally.
And then I just want to tie in with Mrs. Gabriel there. Ethiopia has got 70 million cattle with a population of 120 million people. South Africa has got 14 million cattle, and give or take the ones that we can count, about 60 million people. So please don't feel sorry for Ethiopia. They got lots of nyama. Okay, I think I want to start by giving you a background as to why we would look at this project. Can I use that? This is not going to work. Okay, we got it working. Okay, I want to start by, like I said, giving some statistics. The world in general is overproduced by 3% in starch. So to think about it practically, starch is quite easy to grow. Maize, we grow a lot of maize in Africa, rice in China, cassava in Mozambique. You don't need a lot of land to grow a decent amount of starch. However, the world's underproduced in a deficit of 35% in protein. The main reason for that is it's difficult to grow protein. You need lots of land. Cattle is not easy to come by. Most of Africa's got huge arid areas. So to tie in with that, the average person per day needs about 80 grams of protein to sustain his body. So if you look at South Africa then, with our 60 million people and 0.8 or 80 grams of protein per kilogram body weight, the average person in South Africa consumes about 60 grams of meat per day. And I don't think most of us eat 60 grams a day. We probably eat 3 times that. But that brings us to 3,600 metric tons per month for our own need in South Africa. We are net consumers of our own meat. Okay. In fact, for those who didn't know, is that probably 30 to 40% of our cattle comes from Namibia and Botswana. Now, if you take the 14 million cattle that we have in South Africa, that means we got to slaughter 14,000 cattle per day, and that amounts to 506,000 cattle per year. That's what we eat in South Africa. We love chisanyama. So that brings it down to 16,896 cattle per month. Now, to give you an idea, one of the biggest feedlots and abattoirs in SA is Carrion Beef. They slaughter on average 2,000 animals a day. Okay, so they run about 360,000 cattle on bag riding and feedlot. So what has happened is that the world has looked to Africa and said, hang on, there is a lot of land that's underutilized. And with the big protein shortage worldwide, they identified Africa as a new food hub because we've got lots of land, and we've got lots of land that's lying empty. So at the moment, we're sitting with an offtake to China, between China and Russia, with a demand of 500,000 metric tons. We cannot even think of to fulfill that order out of South Africa. It's impossible. We'll deplete our national herd of 14 million animals. So what have they done? We're in a very fortunate position because the same people that is in need of this protein then has looked at South Africa and said, okay, let's be self-sufficient. And we looked and we did some research and studies. And if you look at the commercial farmer in South Africa, he probably runs on an 80 to a 90 or a 95 capacity. I think our economical pressures are of that kind that you can't run on a 70% capacity. However, most of our commercial farmers are already tied in with contracts with the likes of Karen Beef and Sparta, all our big feedlots. So we looked and said, where's the growth? We said the growth is lying in with the communal areas. Now, believe it or not, the commercial farmer sits with 60% of this country's cattle population. And the communal farmer with 40%. So the growth really is with the communal farmer. I'd like to call them the future commercial farmers. The average conception on those cattle runs about 40%, which means 40% of their cows calve per year. So immediately we said, okay, there's a lot of room for improvement. Because you can take that to the 70 or 80%, you're going to have an additional 5 or 6 million cattle in South Africa per year. So the funders, the same people that has given us the offtake for this 500 metric tons of meat per month, then said, all right, we'll be self-sufficient and we'll fund your project. We'll fund communal farmers to breed more cattle. Now, how do you do that? And maybe you can answer me. I've always struggled with it. What comes first, the chicken or the egg? Well, in the case of cattle, grass comes first. You cannot grow cattle without feed. In general, I think most of us has traveled in the communal areas, you'll see around the community there's absolutely no grass because the cattle almost graze away from the kraals every day and they come back at night because of stock theft and so on and so on. Which means we got to fix that, and which means we can start planting maize, grass for this cattle, because body condition score on cattle is directly correlated with the cow's calvings percentage. So food equals calving percentage. So in this case, then the project will go beyond just growing cattle, because we got to grow maize, we got to grow grass before we can grow cattle, which means the people in the rural areas will automatically have jobs. They will grow cattle, there'll be a feedlot. If you've got a feedlot, you've got to grow maize, you've got to grow grass, you've got to grow lucerne to feed all of those cattle. So to give you an idea what is the need. So a cow or a cattle eat 3% of its own body mass per day. So if you take a 500 kilogram cow, it's going to be in a region of 30 kilograms of feed a day. And if you times that by what they're looking for, 500 metric tons between China and Russia works out to be about 16,896 cattle per month. That's the offtake. So I think we sit with a massive opportunity to uplift our local farmer, our future commercial farmers. Well, here's the trick though. And everybody says, shh, why don't we jump at this? Yeah, we all would like to. However, there's two things that the rest of the world don't want from Africa. The one is foot and mouth disease, and the other one is growth hormones. So in South Africa, most of our cattle gets growth hormones, especially around the commercial farmers. Okay, so growth hormones It's like a combination of estradiol, benzonate, a little bit of progesterone, and obviously those are all hormones, and we don't want to eat them because there's a withdrawal period of 30 days on those hormones. It's good that the hormone stays in the meat. So China and Russia, our biggest offtake, has banned that. They don't want cattle that had growth hormones in their ears. So the growth hormones obviously makes it more profitable for the farmer or for the feedlot because the cattle will grow quicker. However, if you take, and I've had these conversations with the likes of Karen Bees, if you would ask them would they grow cattle without growth hormones, they'll tell you no. And they'll say, why would you not export to China? Because it's a good price. Because we're not net consumers of our own meat, every percentage that one of those big feedlots will give away to export, you'll lose locally. And what will happen, like what just happened last week, foot-and-mouth outbreak, and they closed the country. So any one of those big feedlots have had a 10 or 15% on export. They immediately will have lost that. So they're not interested in producing meat for China or for Russia, just because of our circumstances. Now, to give you guys an idea, because the foot-and-mouth is the big whale in the room at the moment. And unfortunately, KZN is the naughty boy. We are branded as the bad boy. And rightfully so. The country closed about 4 years ago for foot-and-mouth disease. Then we reopened it about 2 years ago. And what they did is they treated the country in compartments. So I went and looked in every district of each province to see in FMD outbreaks. If there wasn't, they would give that certain district within the province a clearing so that you could export from that district. Okay. However, to explain to you how it works is provincial needs to get clearance from national. So they would come in and say, right, we feel like we've got a control over the disease. The national will come and they'll inspect. And then when national is happy, they present it to the OIE. And then the OIE will come and inspect. And this happened 2 years ago. And then national felt, together with OIE, that KZN didn't have enough control over the disease. And they kept Natal closed, the whole. We tried to open it south of the N3 because there's never really been an outbreak south of the N3 or positive cases. Well, in the last 3 months, let's make it 6 because then I can include the Eastern Cape, which is very sad because the Eastern Cape has never had FMD, foot-and-mouth disease. Some dairy cattle went to that Alexandria part in Eastern Cape. Unfortunately, the cattle came from KZN, and there was a few positive cases, and it spread it so quickly, there's already 700 animals being slaughtered. Then we had an outbreak in Newcastle, in Freiburg, which was okay because it was within our own province and those districts that will then be closed. But then, unfortunately, 2 weeks ago, we had an outbreak in Heidelberg, which almost stopped all export because Karen Bees sits in Heidelberg. Most of your processing plants sits in Gauteng. And then to take it a step further, last week there was a positive case in Krugersdorp. And all of those cattle came from KZN. So how do we fix this? The only thing you can do is to eradicate the disease. And as of yet, in my knowledge, there hasn't really been enough done. I know there's technicians and officials at public sales, But I think that's maybe starting at the wrong end of the stick because you're only identifying positive animals. You're not eradicating the disease. And to do that, you need to go in within our red zones, which one is up in Northern Natal, that Josini area, and obviously the very old one, which is up there by the Kruger National Park, which is more or less under control. Because Limpopo hasn't had an outbreak for the last 2 years, which KZN can't say the same. So where does FND come from? Mostly a buffalo carries it. Most cloven-hoofed animals can carry it. Okay, so what happens when they close the country? Yes, we can't export meat. Unfortunately, the wording states as follows. Everything that derives of cloven-hoofed animals and products are not to be exported. So at the moment, our country loses 550 million rand a month. Can't export a jersey. You can't export leather shoes. You can't export any protein that comes off of cloven-hoofed animals. You can't even export bully beef. So it's astronomical. The ripple effect of that is astronomical. So how do you eradicate the disease? You're going to have to go into the red zone and vaccinate all these animals. Now, as you know, most of our communal areas don't have fences. So it's not like a commercial farmer where you can say, okay, there's a group of animal and is running in that very specific paddock. Most of the communal areas are open. So the only way to do that is when you vaccinate is to put in what they call a RFID tag, which identifies the animal with a unique code that's electronically scanned, and then they add what they call a GPS tag on it to see where that animal goes. And it's quite unique because they put one GPS tag in and it speaks to 20 Bluetooth ear tags around it. So why they do that is so you can track the animal. So if it's been positive or been vaccinated, you can track the animal. And like they do in our neighboring countries, when you load the animal, they scan it. So they know exactly where that animal comes from. When it gets to the abattoir, they scan it again. And that's how they control the movement of cattle. We will never win this disease if we don't start tracking the movement of our cattle in South Africa. In fact, in my opinion, they should have 5 years ago closed Western Cape, well, Northern Cape, not that like there's too many cattle in Northern Cape, and then Eastern Cape, because those three provinces have never had FMD. Now we've lost out. Apart from the districts that was open, our whole country is now closed since last week because of the positive cases. Okay, so to summarize, and I just want to get to I was in wonderful feedback. I did none of her slide. Okay, just that one there. Is to give the farmer support. We have to realize if we're going to go into these communal areas, these guys probably get half the price for their cattle than what a normal commercial farmer will get. And maybe in some cases, rightfully so, they're under condition or their frames are not that big. I think that's where we need to change the game. The communal cattle also don't receive growth hormones, so they're grass-fed. Apart from the FMD, if we can eradicate the FMD, we actually got a niche market with our communal animals. They fit the EU market, they fit Russia, they fit China's market 100%. So these investors came, the same guys that's given us offtake, and they said they will supply all inputs for cattle farmers. And they don't want it back in rands and cents, they want it back in cattle. So for instance, I give you 10 cows or 100 cows to farm with. you can pay it back over 10 years. And then the idea is to take those 100 cows and place it with the next farmer. And therefore you grow the national herd. Apart from the technical advice they will give to get your calving percentage up. My point is, I think we're missing out at the moment in a $320 million donation. Not a donation. It's really maybe a donation, but it's called an investment. Because of one single factor, and that's foot-and-mouth disease. So as a country, and as officials, I think, and businessmen, we need to stand together, take our hands, and eradicate FMD. And we can open the markets, and especially for our rural areas. It's also not like your commercial farmer is going to start exporting tomorrow, because he'll be sitting in the same boat as the big feedlots. If he exports most of his animals, and the country closes tomorrow, he's got nowhere to go with his animals. Most of these bigger enterprises work on contracts. Okay, so one of the solutions of what you need to understand is that if those guys in the rural areas are hungry, and they're cattle farmers, which most of them are, they will transport their cattle to the closest sale. Because within the red zone, you will get about 3,000 Rand, 4,000 Rand for his cow. Outside of the red zone, it will be about 10,000 Rand. So when he's hungry, he's gonna load his cattle and he's gonna take it there, I promise you. You can put another 10 roadblocks up. The cattle will find their way out. So you've got to create a market within the red zone to slaughter those cattle within the red zone. The only thing that meat then is good for is bully beef and dog food, because it goes through a very high temperature. And we're going to have to find a way to compensate these farmers for the deficit between a normal, let's call it price of the day, and what he will get for his own cattle. So abattoirs, feedlots within the red zones is going to come up as fast and furious. And our investors and off-takers have said that they will give us the funds to do so. And if you think about it, why would they do it? Only securing their own market, but they're doing us a big favor. Thank you, that's all.
Thank you very much, Andrew. Thank you very much to all the presenters in this session. It has been a marathon of a session with a lot of case studies and lessons learned, possible opportunities. I have been guided that due to the time constraints, we are all requested to take lunch now. The presenters will be here over lunch, so we can all engage with them. So we will not be doing a Q&A session for session 2 due to time constraints. We are now at 1 o'clock. We're supposed to break for lunch at 12:20. We're breaking for lunch now at 1. And I'm hoping that we will take about 30 minutes for lunch. Lunch is served outside, and then we can come and eat inside here, so that we can then catch up with the time for the afternoon session, where we will have a new program director, Mr. Frikkie Brooks, to take over from me. Thank you very much to all of our presenters. It has been a very, very
a difficult period now. It's Friday afternoon. It's just after lunch. And there's still quite a bit to do. And we are also behind time. So we do apologize for that. But we're going to certainly try and catch up quickly. Just quickly, the protocol again. MEC, thank you very much for inviting me. And MEC and I do know one another from my government days. Maya, I see the Maya has left us now. We still have the Council here with us. Thank you, Councillor. We're very pleased to have you here. And we don't feel sorry for you, by the way. Not at all. HOD, other speakers, dignitaries here today, ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for staying. You've got endurance, so we really appreciate you staying. And we are very pleased to have you all here as we discuss issues of money. Now, as you heard, we talk about PPPs, and it's public and private partnerships. So I think I'm the ideal example of that, having served in government for 40 years and now being in private sector for 7. Blessed to be on both sides. I suppose a 47 split does give me certain preferences still at this stage of the game, but nonetheless, it's all good. Ladies and gentlemen, the issues that we've got on this agenda for this afternoon, we really were strong PPP this morning, right throughout. And I think what we're going to see this afternoon is that in terms of the legislative prescripts of a PPP and a formal PPP in terms of either the PFMA or the MFMA, there are other forms of partnership that we see. I think this event we have here is a form of partnership between government and the private sector, which didn't go through the PPP process. Not at all. So we've got to be very careful how we term it a PPP. Andre, also, when you spoke, it is yours is a public-private partnership because the Premier and the leader of business in the province have come together and established the Growth Coalition. It is a partnership. But don't please confuse it with the PPP in terms of the PFMA. So we're going to see just some other role players, and what we've got on stage then, at this stage, talking to us is from the banks. We have on stage here, firstly, Mr. Garen Markson from the African Bank, and at the same time, I also then from the African Bank recognize Israel as a former colleague of ours from ETIA here. Thank you very much for your participation. We've got ABSA, Mr. Tiens Ehlers. We've got from First National Bank, Sianda, and the handwriting was terrible here, Rizal. My apology if I got your name wrong, but was it close enough? Thank you. And then we've got George Kotsifos from the banks. Now, the African Bank has asked, Gary has asked just to talk first from the panel, and then also up front asked that we should please pardon him afterwards. He's also got a flight to catch. As I know, we've also got from the Cape here that we've got to get back quickly. But Gary, I think we're going to put you straight on the spot. We would like to hear your views and what the African Bank, your views are around PPPs, and I think in general, public sector funding, and in particular, infrastructure funding as we go forward. So I think before we waste any further time, Gary, over to you. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Program Director. MEC Rogers, HOD Kutsia, and other leaders in the room. Good afternoon. I do hope that I will manage to hold the attention in the room after lunch. African Bank. Yes, African Bank. Wonderful.
Gary, while we're doing that, and before I'm rude later, I'm going to give each member a maximum of 10 minutes, please, just given the time that we have. So can we try and
Happy to comply with that request, Program Director. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, thank you for your time and for welcoming African Bank to this event. I did see that as program director was mentioning our name, some eyes lifted, and I guess it is a surprise to many that we find ourselves in this space. The knowledge that people will have of African Bank is that of a formerly one-trick pony that focused on the micro-lending space. But our road of travel in the recent years has been a very interesting and exciting one, and I'd like to talk a little bit about that. I think maybe just from the onset, as it relates to triple Ps and our participation, we are fairly limited, if I may categorically state that up front, only as a result of our balance sheet size. But we are able to get involved in syndication opportunities. And we certainly have all of the capability requirements to participate in the downstream execution components of the contractors. So I'd like to take this opportunity to just give a little bit of an indication of where we are as a bank and what it is that we can do in assisting in the opportunities within this environment. So I think everyone, or at least if you've been following some of our activities, you'll know that we're a bank that had been started by some really strong Black business people in the 60s. Dr. Sam Motswenyane and the likes of the late Dr. Richard Maponya established our bank with just 70 rands of seed capital, and embarked on really creating a bank that would be established to serve the needs of our people. Since then, we've proceeded on the retail journey where, we really had bootstrapped ourselves on the back of our lending activities. And as of around 2019, when Mr. Kennedy Bungane joined us as the current CEO, I think there was a very clear message to the public that we would want to really diversify and become a fully fledged bank and compete with some of the bigger and more traditional players in the country, and hopefully build our brand to a point where we can have a diversified offering that we can offer to the market, and get to a point of listing. And we are well on our way to our initial public offering readiness through all of the acquisitions that we've made of late. So for those who haven't followed, Grindrod Bank, the likes of Ubank, and two businesses within Sasfin, both the capital equipment finance and commercial property finance, or rather residential development finance businesses, are now part of African Bank, and all of this really to enable us to build towards this diversification and ultimately listing. Our ethos is really what we are obsessed about, is to enable South African entrepreneurs to succeed on a sustainable basis, and thereby creating positive impact at an economic level in our country. We operate in a number of areas, and I've listed some here, and it's not an exhaustive list, but really if you just cast your eyes onto the screen, you'll notice that in a very short space of time, we've built capabilities that would enable us to provide an array of offerings and services across sectors that we have capabilities for. I think it's also important to just list that, or at least mention that the way in which we've structured our business is in such a way that we cater for all markets, whether you are an emerging trader or public sector or small and medium-sized enterprises right up to corporates. We have capabilities and solutions for yourselves. We are product agnostic, so whenever you interface with anyone from our client coverage team, I've got a few of them in the room, they will be able to assist you end to end with a number of offerings. I've listed here just some of our savings and investment activities from an investment banking perspective. I know I chatted to a number of people during the lunch break whom we are interacting with around some leverage opportunities, BEE and shareholder finance. And I'd be delighted to hear of more opportunities where we could play a role. I did mention that two of the businesses that we've recently acquired from Sasfin are the commercial property and commercial property and capital equipment businesses. And under those verticals, you can see what it is that we can do. We've done quite a lot of student accommodation projects in this area. A lot of syndication opportunities. The program director was sharing earlier that he's very pleased that we are here because he's quite excited around the Club Med opportunity that's right on your doorstep here, and we form part of that transaction. At a corporate finance level, I did mention that we have some financial structuring propositions where we can assist players that are participating in the PPP space. So why would you come to us? I think the beauty about being a new player is that we haven't yet organized ourselves in a fashion where we would need for you to fit into a box. We are fairly fluid, and as a result, we solution around the problem that you present us with. So I think that's firstly, the thing that would make us unique. We believe, in fact, we often talk about breaking China and doing business unusual as opposed to conforming to the norms of doing business. And if you've followed some of our recent activities, you'll notice that there's quite a few big, hairy, audacious mountains that we've been able to overcome. And I would love to, once again, invite you to put us to the test, have conversations with some of our teams that are in the room here. We are also very socially conscious, and in a number of the micro markets that we participate in and are present in, we have a number of programs. We've partnered with 22 on Sloan to support some Black-owned entrepreneurs, and there are a number of opportunities in which we have been able to organize ourselves around some very unique challenges and support businesses to meet their objectives and growth aspirations. We've got women and youth programs that we support. We recently supported the SA Special Olympics, and I think that's an area that had been neglected in time, and we're very proud of our involvement there. We run a national consumer education program, and in a partnership with the Bank of China, we have a whole school development program. And I think that is just an illustration of our commitment to the communities that we operate within. How do you make contact with us? We are in the old Grindrod building in Kingsmead. We are in the process of changing offices here, and we will have a communication in that regard. But these are really the key markets in which you can find us from a business and commercial perspective. Of course, we do have a wide representation through our retail and consumer branches. And if you walked into there, we also have what we call a business direct offering, where you can interface with business and commercial through a virtual capability in the event that you are not near any of these offices. Program Director, I hope I have met your 10-minute request. I do thank you and wish you all well for the remainder of the summit. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Markson. Let's give him a round of applause. Not only well presented, but also spot on time. Thank you very much. And we do understand if you have to leave while we're busy, then please, whenever you have to go. I think let's move forward, and we've been sensitized of the issues of gender. So can we please then take First National Bank, and can we ask yourself please to come up, ma'am, just to give us an outline of what it is what you're doing. And without prejudicing any of the other banks, First National and Standard, let me also just then qualify that African Bank and ABSA both are funders of Club Med in KZN. So we've got two financial institutions that have contributed already, not to Triple P, but to one of the catalytic projects in the province at the moment. And we would like to hear from the others. Those are just the ones that I'm personally involved with. And I'm sure that we'll get it from the other banks as well. So please, all over to you.
Okay, thank you very much. Good afternoon, everybody. Please allow me to use the very old protocol observed. My name is Siyanda Mflatelwa. I am from RMB. I head up the PPPs and concessions unit within RMB. I'm glad that you actually mistook me for FNB colleague of mine because we work hand in glove, especially in the space pertaining to public sector and municipal lending. We do quite a lot with our colleagues at FNB because naturally they are at the coalface dealing with a lot of the municipalities on a bilateral basis, on a on-balance sheet term loan basis. And so we work hand in glove as it pertains to then bringing forth the technology that's used for infrastructure finance, whether it's in the form of PPPs or other forms of infrastructure finance. And so we work quite closely together in that regard. How do I go to the next slide? Okay, so I mean, I think I quickly wanted to give an overview of where we all fit in. As I've mentioned, the RMB and the FNB banner all belong to the First Rand Group. And whilst RMB brings the corporate and investment banking expertise, which is where the infrastructure finance capability sits, our FNB colleagues are critical to our success as it pertains to municipal lending because they understand the municipalities, they work very closely with them, and they have a lot of the relationships that are required to implement these very complex projects that take a long time and that require a lot of interface with, the departments on the other side or the government entities on the other side. This is just a brag sheet slide. I won't spend too much time on this, but needless to say, RMB as a house is award-winning, and we have long been present in the PPP space. We have a broad spectrum of clients across the board, but we also have a lot of experience in banking municipalities as well. I wanted just to highlight a little bit of our PPP expertise, just because as a house, we are very pro PPPs. RMB has been present in financing some of the earliest PPPs that have been concluded within the South African landscape, some of which have been concluded in the provincial and municipal space. And we are encouraged to see some colleagues that are actually from the projects that we'd implemented all the while ago, the likes of Inkosi Albert Luthuli, which were implemented in 2002. These are projects that we still to today are proud to say that we were initial MLAs of. We saw the financing be repaid all the way down to zero, which from a bank's perspective is success really, as it pertains to PPPs. You want to see the entire project out. but also speaks to the partnership that we have with regards to, the implementing departments and the PPPs, whether it's at provincial or national level. It's a long-term partnership between banks and the municipalities or the provinces that implement PPPs or that implement infrastructure, because the asset class is long-term in nature and the lending, therefore, is also very long-term in nature. This slide shows that we have been part of, some of the landmark PPPs that have been implemented. Inkosi Albert Luthuli was mentioned earlier, N3TC, Bakwena Track, all the toll roads in South Africa, the famous prison. We've been in the Gautrain and many, many others that have followed since. Even though, there was a hiatus of PPPs for some time, we are seeing a resurgence of PPPs just due to the need of infrastructure at that level. And whilst there has been quite a flurry of financings for infrastructure at the national level, predominantly in power, we are seeing that there is more and more an increasing need to come to the municipal and provincial level, because that's where I think one of the colleagues earlier called it service delivery infrastructure. The infrastructure that actually benefits or touches the man on the street, waste collection, power, whether it's renewable, power infrastructure, bulk water, pipelines. All of these are projects now that we're starting to see far more of due to the various reasons and due to the underinvestment in infrastructure over many decades. And that need is a lot more pointed when it comes to the municipal level, the provincial level. And I think as a banking community, we are tasked with how do we then take this model that has been tried and tested, that has worked very well at the national level, that we did so much of under the good old days of National Treasury government guarantees, and how do we take that and we implement it where the need really sits, where the impact is best felt, but also in the landscape that we find ourselves in today. I won't spend too much time on this slide as well. It's more of just RMB's credentials as it pertains to the infrastructure space. I'll draw maybe your attention to some of the municipal loans that our colleagues at FNB have done just in the recent past. This is just a small snapshot. Interesting to see here that some of the people represented in this room are on the slide, but also maybe the sustainable bond is something that, if we were talking about this 10 years ago, you would not necessarily have seen, that credential show up on the slide. Which also shows that there are new products that are now available and that banks are thinking about as it pertains to crowding in bank funding into the municipal space to fund projects, obviously, of a certain kind. I'll focus maybe the bulk of my attention on this slide. A lot of the colleagues that spoke earlier spoke about, the factors that need to be there in order for infrastructure to be financeable. I was very encouraged to see our colleagues from GTech, do a deep dive on the various models which have been implemented already in the South African landscape. And I think that speaks to the fact that across the board in South Africa, we've got quite a long and rich track record of implementing PPPs and of infrastructure finance at the various levels of government. I think what, when interfacing at the municipal level or at the provincial level, there are certain few things that banks look for and which are represented on this slide. In the context of the lack of government guarantee that is provided at the municipal level, whilst project finance in itself implies off balance sheet, i.e. not necessarily looking to the muni itself for repayment, there are certain key metrics that banks do look for when dealing with a municipality. These will not be new to a lot of people in the room, but we obviously do take into account the credit quality of the muni, the metro, or the local government entity that you're dealing with. You want to deal with entities that have financials that are representative of their actual state, but you also want to see key metrics that there are management tools, governance structures that actually tell you that the municipality is well run, which all then culminates ultimately in the revenue line, which is the most important thing that people look at, and in high collection rates, right? A lot of the infrastructure that we look to implement and to finance at the muni or the metro level is revenue earning in the sense that has to be collected from end user. We see varying rates of collection from different municipalities or metros, and those are key determinants as to whether or not the money that's being collected can be used actually to fund the infrastructure that is being implemented. So it's a key metric. There are a few enablement factors as well that we talk about, right? Looking at the reporting and the way that the municipality actually presents its financials becomes quite important, because ultimately lenders, whilst lending to a ring-fenced entity, want to be able to have a clear line of sight to where the ultimate revenue collection comes from. And so the ability to track revenue that is from a water users where you are funding a water project becomes key, because it tells us whether or not the tariffs that are being collected are adequate to amortize the cost of the capital that we are putting into the project. It tells us over time what is expected to be the collection rates and whether or not we actually expect high repayment ability from the municipality. And it also gives us the ability to match revenues against project capex. The amortization of project capex doesn't always absolutely need to be from the same revenue source. We do see that sometimes there's a cross-subsidization of certain revenue sources subsidizing other types of infrastructure, but it's key for the banks to know how much of that is being subsidized by other revenue sources versus, the infrastructure that you're financing. And so that's sometimes just that transparency of being able to see that helps. Going a step further and being able to ring fence then gives additional comfort to lenders to be able to say, once we can see a clear revenue line that we can rely on for the repayment of loans within the structure, it gives us a lot more comfort to be able to lend longer and longer terms. I'll talk about project preparation. A colleague, I think, spoke about it earlier as well. We see a lot of houses that have project preparation capabilities, whether these are DFIs, like the DBSA, who's got a project preparation office, partnerships offices like the Water Partnerships Office, PPP offices have certain windows that you can go to for project preparation funding. But I think what's key to highlight in terms of that is that often we don't see the need only in the funding for feasibility studies, but also in the packaging of the projects. Whether or not a project is packaged properly at the very inception of the project is a key determinant as to whether or not the project will be implementable as a PPP and whether it will be financeable by, third-party lenders like ourselves. And then there are a number of credit worthiness enhancement structures that are bandied around in the market lately. One of which is, I would say, a buzzword, blended finance. We hear a lot about blended finance recently, but if you are a PPP player who has been doing it for as long as I have, you'll know that the concept of blended finance in and of itself has always been used within PPPs. We've always had the concept of a government capital contribution towards a project, where government contributes either from grant funding, DFI loans, or other sources of funding that government can access that's not accessible by private sector, and they contribute that into the project as their capital contribution. The way that that's structured can be bespoke depending on the project itself, but it has been something that has been used within PPPs for a long time. There are other structures as well that credit enhance certain projects, including, escrow mechanisms, etc., that actually give banks comfort as to how the lending will be, I don't want to use the word secured, but how the repayment of loans will be underpinned in certain times of stress if there are issues within a project repayment profile. The other thing that I think I'll spend a little bit of time on is just the types of projects that we would think lend themselves best to PPP financing. Some colleagues mentioned earlier, and it was good to see the actual project officers who manage these projects over time talking about the lessons learned within these projects, the ownership that they have of the projects, and the accountability that they hold the private sector to in terms of monitoring. And certain projects lend themselves better to, that long-term monitoring, the long-term operations and maintenance by the private sector, and the risk allocation that a lot of people spoke about earlier, where government actually seeks to transfer a lot of the risk around either construction or operations and maintenance to the private sector. We see a lot of requests for general CapEx projects. And what we always try to advise is that you really want to use PPPs as a mechanism for really large, chunky capital projects, because the process that was outlined earlier by our colleague from GTEC can be cumbersome, is a multi-layered process in terms of gaining of approvals, and is quite technical in terms of the ongoing monitoring as well. You really want to do it for capital projects that require large sums of capital outlay, and not for small little bitty projects, because the cost of putting a project finance structure in place can be cumbersome for very small projects. You also want to use it for projects that are revenue generating. So, it's easier for lenders to see line of sight from a revenue perspective, where a project has a defined revenue line, whether the private sector is able to collect directly from users or is receiving a unitary from, the city or the municipality or the metro. It always helps if there's a clear revenue line that we can look at, particularly at the muni space, where there isn't really an underpin from National Treasury in terms of a government guarantee or anything of that nature. You also, of late, we've started to look at projects that have direct line of sight to corporate off-takers on the other side. This can be a really good mechanism to finance projects where the private sector can actually look to another private sector entity that maybe has a balance sheet that lenders are happy to rely on for the collection directly from those clients. That then creates a little bit more of a ring-fenced ecosystem for the project to be financed, and can allow for projects to be financed on a longer-term basis and a little bit more gearing within the project. I think I'll pause there. I've been given the indication of time, but I'll trust my colleagues on the stage to take it over from where I've left. Thank you.
I'm sorry to do it to you. But thank you very much. Allow me to run over a little bit, because I think you really hit the spot.
Thank you.
With your assessment of what are the type of projects that you want to take there. Thank you very much for that.
Appreciate it. Thank you.
Right, let's move on. I think let's follow the line as we have them seated at the moment. Mr. George Kotsofos from Standard Bank.
Good afternoon, MEC, honored guests, ladies and gentlemen. I'm with Standard Bank, a colleague of Sianda and Tiens. We all know each other quite well in the Triple P industry. Let's just get my presentation up quickly, although I won't be following it to the T. Right, what this slide shows is really, how infrastructure can be procured. You've got, I suppose, the government able to raise funding on its own, on balance sheets, and then, of course, you've got the other extreme on the other side, which isn't here, which is privatization. But what the little box and ring fencing off balance sheet shows is Triple Ps, essentially, where, we finance infrastructure through looking at the cash flows coming out of a project. And that's really, I suppose, the focus of the summit as well. But Sianda spoke very well about many aspects of Triple Ps and why we're doing them. But what I'd like to maybe just dwell on is, some of our experiences in the Triple P space. Standard Bank has been very involved in financing Triple Ps, not just in South Africa, but of course across the continent as well. One thought sort of dwells with me, which a colleague from Temba from Nkosi Albert Luthuli Hospital mentioned, is that Triple Ps take time, they take too long. And in a way, that's true. And I suppose we have to ask ourselves, why does that happen? And part of it, I think, is the misalignment, within public sector when it comes to actually procuring Triple Ps. You may find that there's a desire sitting at national government, national treasury, which basically says, let's finance these Triple Ps. But when it gets to a specific ministry or maybe even to a provincial government department, you might have a bit of a lukewarm sort of sentiment towards implementing the Triple P. And from my experience, it seems as if it relates to the fact that people feel threatened by Triple Ps. And maybe it's important to mention at this point that Triple Ps are not about privatization. And maybe some people think that is the case. Triple Ps are actually partnerships between the public and the private sector. And ultimately, government determines what that partnership looks like. Government dictates within the concession agreement, within the Triple P, as to what the nature of the arrangements should be. And that extends to many, many aspects, and we're not going to go into the detail, but that most certainly also includes labor. And that's a very important point, because when it comes to sometimes procuring, say a water project, or let's say a rail project, the people sitting in the public sector space in transport might think, well, their jobs are at risk because now you're bringing in the private sector, they're going to, take people out of those jobs, and ultimately the private sector is going to do it. That doesn't have to be the case. What should actually be happening is that the government and the private sector should be saying, okay, well, we've got this labor force that needs to be incorporated into the Triple P as part of the arrangements. Of course, there's going to be a transition time, related to, I suppose, taking up that labor and ultimately retiring the people if they haven't got the skills, or it should be about, skills upliftment, skills transfer, social upliftment, all of those things. So it's important to remember that the Triple P can dictate that you actually have to implement some of these measures to ensure that it's fair for both sides, and that the allocation of risk between the two sides is thought of very, very carefully. So, maybe before we go into talking about some Triple Ps, I think what I also want to maybe just talk to is, and maybe I'll just move on to my next slide, is the funding sort of that is typically available for Triple Ps versus, say, government lending. And with Triple Ps, what can happen is you can raise long-term financing. And that often happens because you've got the crowding in of DFIs and blended finances, Siyanda mentioned. And very often, as you will have seen for the IPPs in South Africa and elsewhere, you're raising 20-year money, typically, which essentially means that the cost of your debt is amortized over a longer period, and therefore, the ultimate cost to the end user is actually lower. Now, if the public sector had to, say, go and raise funds on its own, in some instances, and I'm not saying in all instances, you may find that you can only raise as a government 7-year money, 10-year money, whatever the case might be, and it's likely to reflect the rating of the country as well. But if you can, secure, say, some DFI monies or concessional finance, you may find that the funding solution through a Triple P could be cheaper. Lenders might get meager to provide cover, or they might find some type of insurance or export credit agency-backed funding solutions, and your funding ends to be cheaper. So there is the prospect of getting, cheaper ultimate cost of funds on an annual basis through a Triple P structure as well. And that's, obviously a benefit that people can see on these transactions. Maybe also to sort of mention that, with regards to the arrangements under Triple P, the government always has the right to revoke the Triple P. I know it's a very contentious statement to make, but the government has procured the Triple P. If the government revokes the Triple P because they feel they don't like it anymore, they can do it, but they have to compensate the private sector. But let's also remember that with Triple Ps, we're holding the private sector accountable for delivery. That's such an important point, because when lenders mobilize their money, which is money from people in this room, ultimately we're using our depositors' money to lend into these deals. We need to make sure that we're going to get paid back. And what does it mean? It means we have to basically ensure that the contractors appointed on these deals can do the work. So we vet them, make sure they've got the balance sheet, we make sure that they put up the performance security, the performance bonds, whatever is needed to ensure they deliver on time and within budget. It's so important. And very often you find people ignore that benefit. It's such an important thing to keep in mind. Otherwise, you're going to have cost overruns and you're going to run late, and then suddenly you're finding that you have to go and find money elsewhere. But with Triple Ps, in theory, you should actually have the lenders holding the private sector accountable for delivery. The same happens in operations. If a concessionaire is given the ability to run a road for a certain amount of time, they have to operate it within a specific budget as well. So really that I've spoken a lot about the benefits, around having triple Ps, and we can't ignore the fact that it's about crowding in the private sector to do a service on behalf of government. And it's not about simply saying, okay, government's no longer part of it. On many of our deals, government is part of our deals. And that sort of then takes me to some of our case studies, and I haven't got slides here. But what I've got on this slide is really a diagram which shows what a triple P looks like, essentially. And it's, if you look at it, it's a picture of a human, of a person. You've got a head, which is, in this instance, the provincial government. You've got the body, which is the project company or the SPV. You've got the financiers and the capital, on the one arm. You've got the market risk on the other side as the other arm. You've got the sort of construction company as the one leg, and you've got the O&M subcontract as the other leg. So in a way, this is exactly how all these projects happen. It's a very simplistic diagram of how triple Ps happen. So provincial government concedes, it gives a right of use to the private sector, to the project company for a certain amount of time to do something on its behalf. At the end of that period, it gives the asset back to the province. And I'm sure this came out in the themes, but that's the point. Government is giving a right of use. It's not saying, take this and run away. You have to take this, make it work, make it happen, and ensure it gets operated, financed over that period of time. And at the end of that period, you give it back to us. I want to dwell on a water project we did in West Africa. And I know that there was a presentation earlier about water. When we were sort of developing this water project with the government, we had to get buy-in from the various ministries. It took a lot of time to do that. We then had to make sure the whole value chain worked. To say, listen, if we're going to do this water project, it's a desalination project, we had to get the World Bank to give funding to the government to make sure that the reticulation systems were financed. We had to make sure that they gave money to the utility to ensure that their billing systems and the collection systems were also sorted out, because we're not going to lend money to a project where ultimately, you can't actually bill and you can't collect. What's the point? You have to make sure the whole value chain is dealt with. Otherwise, you're going to have a failed project and you're going to have strain in the government. The other issue was we had to go and sit with the regulator and say, cost-reflective tariffs. It's an issue. And Thianda touched on tariffs as well. We don't want to be prescriptive, but when it comes to water, it's so sensitive. You want to give free water, but then you want to build a plant, through a triple P. There's a cost involved. How do you actually make it work? And the lesson once again is well, you can't really force tariffs in the water space when it doesn't work politically necessarily. So you have to think about structures where you can maybe look at concessional finance to support it. eThekwini, for example, has put out an RFP for water project. We're trying a solution for it to think, okay, how can we bring in, guarantees from private sector partners who can reduce the cost of finance so the end user doesn't pay too much. All of these things are what we try and engineer as financiers. And that's another benefit of the triple P, is you're actually getting the financiers to try and engineer a funding solution when it comes to these projects. The other project to mention is, Thianda touched on a track, the N4 East Toll Road, 600-kilometer road linking South Africa to Mozambique. No big deal, okay, nothing complicated, but many billions of rands were needed to finance the deal. The government didn't have to use its money to finance the deal. It could use it for more essential stuff, which is not financeable through a definitive revenue stream. On the N4 East Toll Road, we could look at the market risk, the traffic risk, and say, fine, we can actually lend against that. We can do a traffic study. We've got experts to do that. We lend against that revenue stream. We don't have to worry about government paying. There was no support from government in financing the road. That road links into Mozambique, as we know. We then financed the access. Sorry, we didn't find online. We got CEDA to finance the access road that links the N4 to the port of Maputo. And we then financed the port. So we made sure that the whole value chain worked, linking SA to Mozambique. So if you want to export goods out of South Africa through Maputo port, you could do it. You had Skanska and Mercy-Docs as the initial shareholders. Now you've got DP World and Grindrod as the shareholders in the deal. Benefit of having them there is they can crowd in revenue. They've got the ability to do that. CFM is a shareholder in the project company. So government is a shareholder in the project company. They're getting money from the project. They bring in the private sector, bring in revenues, bring the ships in, all that stuff, improve the port, works perfectly. The lesson there as well was, and I remember the article in the press at the time where it says that the government was giving away the crown jewels to the private sector. This was in 2003 when we did this deal, so I'm showing my age here. And I remember how politically sensitive it was, but actually, 6 months later, when I went to the port, the people who were working at the port were suddenly like reformed. They took the staff that was working for government, they went into the Triple P, they were wearing new uniforms, they were getting paid, they were much happier, they were motivated. It was phenomenal to actually see. I'm not saying that government couldn't do it properly beforehand, but revenues weren't where they could be. There were inefficiencies which got dealt ultimately, by having the private sector come and actually help, with delivery at the port. And since then, we've done many financings of the port, successfully dredgings to improve the port and so forth. And it's been a great outcome, for the shareholders and for the government, because CFM has benefited, from the project as well. But really, I think that's probably enough for me to sort of, share with you. As a bank, we're very keen to support stakeholders in government, in the private sector, to try and formulate Triple Ps. We're working, for example, with the World Bank and ESCOM to try and see how we can, make sure that the transmission infrastructure financing happens with the private sector. There's a credit guarantee vehicle they're talking about. You're not going to use government guarantees. So if there's a limit on government's resources to mobilize capital, as banks, we can find other sources to actually make it happen. So please reach out. We're always available. We want, the country to succeed. We want this province to succeed. Thanks for your time. And one last thing, please let's thank this lady for fantastic, sort of translation, if I can call it that she's been doing all day for the benefit of the visually impaired. Thank you.
Thank you very much, George. Well done. I think clearly indicating how the finance institutions can be partners in a Triple P. Clearly, thank you very much for that. We're a little concerned about the fact that you're taking away our goods to Maputo, but other than that, it's fine. Then we go to ABSA. Sorry, are we having a change of ladies? Well, let's give them a round of applause while the two of them are coming up. Thank you. Thanks very much, ladies. Well done. Right, so we now move to ABSA, and we have Mr. Tiens Ellis.
Thank you.
Also a part funder of Club Med, as we heard. And thank you, Tiens. Let's hear what ABSA has got for us.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. I think the only guy who's been in banking maybe longer than me was George. Tiens Ellis, I joined ABSA back in '98. And in those first few years, all we did in the bank were PPPs. Unfortunately, we sit here about 25 years later, and we don't really have the deals to show. So I've decided to go completely off script. These two colleagues have said what needed to be said from a banking perspective. And I thought, let me rather address what I think is potentially the elephant in the room. And the way we look at it really is why, if I'm sitting in your shoes, the first question I would ask, if I'm working for a government department or for a municipality, why bother? PPPs is cumbersome. It takes forever to get done. I'm potentially threatened. I may lose my job. Some private sector body is going to come in and take over whatever needs to be done. And the process is just, we know how long it takes to get anything done. So why bother? And that's really an open question. Whenever we speak to people, whether it's in an SOE or in a municipality or in a government department, whether we speak to Transnet or to anyone, it's like, why bother with a PPP? So the first thing, and I'm only going to talk about this, and then I'm going to talk about, if I'm sitting in your shoes, how would I prioritize one project versus another project? Because I think that's quite tough sometimes. But let's just talk about the why bother piece. So my colleagues here mentioned the moment there is a level of private sector involvement, immediately there's a different set of eyes looking at all the aspects, and starting with the viability, the value for money aspects. What does the private sector get out of this? And what does the government actually get out of it? Let's just talk about the problems that we face as a country. And this is where PPPs come in. We know our infrastructure is falling apart, whether it's road, whether it's rail, whether it's water. You can name the infrastructure, the sector, and the infrastructure is falling apart. That's the first thing. The second thing is, we know government finances are tight. I mean, they don't sit on a big pile of money to dish out. When you ask for grants, handouts, it's just not going to come. We know our budget as it is, it's always going to be tight. So how do you then, if you look at it from a government perspective, you've got all these requirements, you've only got so much money. How do you actually address the problem? So the way we look at it, the days of just handing out grants and money and increasing the equitable share of all government departments, it becomes increasingly more difficult. And the only real alternative to that, potentially, where you don't need the money up front, is potentially the PPP model. So then you've got to ask, okay, but does it make sense in the context of this specific deal that I want to do? And then I want to move straight to the second piece, which is really about how do you then prioritize when you look at, do I do this project or that project? And the way we look at it from a bank perspective, I mean, we've had many of these conversations with people in the presidency and all across. The way we see it, there's really two categories of deals, okay? There are projects which would be viable on their own without a level of government support, okay? It doesn't need a government grant or a government subsidy to make it viable. And then the other category, and we're not going to get away from having another category, is deals which unfortunately need significant government support. It needs significant government subsidies to get done. Let me just talk about the first category. If I'm sitting in government and there's potentially a solution for a water project in Lephalale, where I don't need to put a lot of money in, and effectively, it's the private sector. Let me use a live example. There's a big shortage, as we know, of water in certain provinces. There's a requirement for huge investment in dams, in pipelines, and so. But we know the mines are there. You know, we financed, for example, way back, a deal in the Rustenburg area, where the main off-takers for that deal was going to be the mines. So, in that specific deal, there was two revenue streams. The mines paid a piece and then the council paid a piece. The deal didn't need additional government subsidies or money to make it work. We could actually do the deal on the back of the cash flows coming from the mines mainly, and then there was a piece going to the council. So those type of deals, and there's another live one which a couple of the banks here are mandated on, is in the Lephalale area where, again, we're sitting with platinum mines, chrome mines in the area, which has a desperate need for water. The project's probably going to get done also without a massive requirement from government because the mines and the private sector effectively is paying for the service. So those deals in that category, we believe, if you don't have to go to government to ask for a lot of money, is the low-hanging fruit, and they should be done first. Now, in the second category, and it almost pains me to say there are a lot of deals in those categories, and it is social type of deals, but also some very long-term infrastructure deals, such as, take Gautrain, for example. Gautrain wouldn't have been possible without a very significant upfront government contribution. And even on an ongoing basis, it needed basically government to fill the balance. But the project's still critical from a transport perspective for the province, you know, and it needed that level of government subsidy. If you look at social deals like housing, like hospitals, you know, these deals will not be able to be done unless there is actually a level of government support. So then the question, when it comes to the sort of low-hanging fruit, deals which can be done without significant government subsidy, those should just be done. You know, there's not going to be a drag on the fiscus. And then for the balance, it's really strategic for government to decide how they want to prioritize. I mean, in this province, we know water is a big, big issue. We know there's a life tender out for to upgrade the you know, all the waterworks. This is critical infrastructure. It clearly has got to be done. And I want to also touch on a point which George raised. If the municipality had to come to the banks and asking us, would you give us 20-year money to finance your 3 or 4 billion rand plant? You know, it's potentially going to be a short discussion. How do we take a 20-year view on a municipality? But if it's structured in the form of a PPP, where we know there's going to be a proper value for money study done, there's proper private sector oversight, it's a lot easier ask. And that exact same concept is true for a lot of infrastructure which we look at in this country. So a well-structured deal, even though it's maybe a slightly weaker government entity doing the procurement, is much easier for the bank to finance. Okay, I'll just say one last thing. Sometimes there is the sort of misconception that there's not enough appetite from the banks, from equity investors to come and actually invest in these deals. There absolutely is more than enough appetite. I think over the last 20 years, we've maybe seen 10, 15 big PPPs happening in this country. If you speak to the banks, if you speak to the institutional investors, they're absolutely crying out for opportunities where they can come and invest in this type of in these type of deals. PPPs as an investment is worldwide seen as probably one of the safest. It's got the lowest default rates because it is typically government backed. So that's absolutely not the problem. The issue that we see is exactly making those key decisions, prioritize the deals, and actually putting them out in the market to tender. Because the private sector will come and they will provide value for money. And it's not about being worried about the job losses, because they can, George mentioned this as well, they can be incorporated in the structure. It's up to the private sector or to the procuring authority to decide how they want to design this. So those fears can be built into the way you do the procurement. The point is, for a good, well-structured deal, the capital, debt, and equity definitely will be there. I'm going to stop there. Thanks.
Well done and well within time as well. Thanks, Jens. That was really insightful. I thank again our funding partners, the banks, for your contribution here today. I think you gave a really important, slightly different perspective to the PPP. Here we sit as either government entities or as private sector looking at it. And you sometimes forget that the angle that you look at all of us together. And what you're looking for is credibility on both the government side, but also on the private sector side. So we thank you really very much for your valuable contributions to this discussion. I certainly am enlightened. Thanks very much. We've got something small for you also from the sponsors here. So please come past this way. And then if I may ask then, while I do so, HOD, I know that you're also chasing a plane or something. Please, can you see? Hopefully you'll catch it. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thanks. Right, ladies and gentlemen, let's then welcome on stage our guests, shall I call them, from the Western Cape. Ms. Julinda Katana and Mr. Chad Capon, both from the Western Cape Department of Treasury, HOD for Treasury. Thank you very much. We're very pleased to have you here. We believe that you are pretty much in the same boat as we are, and that we can learn from one another. I know that this province has got very strong ties with the Western Cape in many, many respects. So we're really looking forward just to your contribution on how you see this alternative and blended funding model and the framework that you apply in the Western Cape. Thank you. Over to you, please.
Thank you.
Sorry, man.
Oh, okay.
Oh my God.
Okay, must we operate?
Ms. Julinda Kantana is the head of department at Western Cape Treasury. She has more than 30 years experience in public service. Previously, Ms. Gansana served as Director, Provincial Budget Analysis at National Treasury. She holds a master's degree in business leadership.
Good afternoon, MEC Rogers, once again, MPs, councillor, mayors, all members of the business fraternity, government officials. Let me just end off by saying all protocols observed, and that way I'm covered and protected. Greetings from my MEC. She would have loved to be here, but she has certainly made sure that there's representativity, and we are very glad and honored to be with you today. Before we actually get into the blended or alternative and blended finance framework that we've pulled together in the Western Cape, and certainly because I think as one of the three largest contributors to GDP, together with KZN yourselves and with Gauteng, what we typically have to deal with on a daily basis is an increase in demand for services. And our finances does not necessarily keep up with that and our ability then to provide those services. In addition, with the seventh administration, just to also give you context and background to where we find ourselves as a province, with these four focus areas or four broad priority areas, which is growth for jobs, safety, an educated, healthy and caring society, as well as innovation, culture and governance. And what we will be sharing with you today falls then within that innovation, culture and governance, because that is how we think we can enable or unlock some of the requirements and the needs from the line and the service, direct frontline service delivery departments in order to respond to these policy priorities. So as an apex priority, we have helping business grow and creating jobs. And that translates, and just to give you a little bit more detail about that. So in terms of our growth for jobs strategy, we have an extremely ambitious target, and that is to create a 1 trillion rand economy by 2035 for the Western Cape. That means we need to grow between 4 and 6% per annum. And that, I think this morning, we know exactly where we find ourselves as a country, and we know where we find ourselves as a province. And therefore, looking at ways in which we can unlock that growth that we're looking for becomes critical and important for us to reach that target. We have, for instance, in our 2030 infrastructure target, we have said we want public sector investment to reach 34.3 billion rand in real terms, and hence a fully developed 200 billion rand infrastructure pipeline. We're not going to get that money from grants, and we're not getting that money from equitable share. So the looking then at alternative and blended finance framework becomes then an all-important endeavor for us, and hence engaging on and being part of this initiative today is not only about us sharing our ideas and experiences, but also learning from yourselves, and then how do we then apply that within our own environment. It is an attempt, and true, blended finance is certainly not a new concept, but the framework in itself is an attempt to begin to set the rules of engagement. And for a treasury, and that's what I'm going to speak from that direction, it becomes important because we don't have the fiscal space to make mistakes or expensive mistakes. So we need to be very clear in terms of how we show up, what we require, and also what do we need from the other party, whether it's from the private sector, development finance institutions, et cetera, et cetera. And so this is really what this is all about. In terms of, before I hand over to Chair to get into the detail of the actual framework, it is important that we provide the guidance, and it is an attempt to unlock new sources of capital to supplement the provincial budget. Thereby accelerating, despite, like everybody else in this country, our fiscal limitations. So for us, there is an urgent need to invest in expanding and maintaining public programs and services, but also then critically, as I've indicated, given our very ambitious targets, infrastructure. And hence the initiative that I'm going to ask Chad just to take you through today. We have launched this early in, help me, late April, yes. We've launched this late April, and I had to excuse myself earlier because we were actually appearing in front of the standing committee where they were questioning about us about this. And so I think it's exciting. It's an exciting time for us, and the potential that we think we can create in crowding in different forms of financing. I just need to also indicate, although we're talking PPPs, the framework recognizes PPPs as one avenue. But in addition to it, as a Treasury and as Western Cape, we're not just looking at the framework. I think it's important that one also look at what is the broader revenue strategy. I'm not going to repeat, but I think there was a slide up and that's talking about revenue-backed investment. And so we need to look at what are the existing sources and how do we enhance those? What are the potential for new sources? And we are actively doing the research in terms of the new sources. I think the work that was done in the provincial treasury with the fuel levy, and the national treasury took it over, we find ourselves back there that we're now actively looking at what are the other ways? How do we start to augment what we have in order to, irrespective of the options that we choose, how do we put ourselves in a position to honor the commitment that we're making, and to pay back whatever it is that we need to pay back. Although what we will go into detail with is that loans or borrowing is just a fraction of the alternative and blended finance. That's not the only thing this is about, and we will certainly go through the detail of that. I think with that, let me hand over to Chair to take you through the detail of the presentation. Thank you very much.
Dr. Chet Capone is a public sector economist and policy developer specializing in alternative and blended finance at the Western Cape Provincial Treasury. As the Deputy Director in the Budget Policy Office, Mr. Capone developed and now plays a key strategic role in overseeing the implementation of the province's alternative and blended finance network. He holds a Master of Social Science in International Relations and Political Economy from the University of Cape Town.
Thank you, everyone, for having us here today. I'm really excited about this. It's something that I've been passionate about for a while, and so thank you for this opportunity. What are we here to do? And I think really everyone's been talking about the fiscal shoestrings that we have, the really tight fiscal shoestrings. And what we're here to do is turn those into catalytic bootstraps. And that's my last corny comment for the day. But we really do want to shift the way that government funding is viewed. So how do we see public funding? We want to see it and for it to be utilized as a kind of risk capital that catalyze and de-risk external investment into delivering public goods and services. That's our long-term view. And there are some external stakeholders that do see it that way, but it is a process of education and also sensitization within our own organization. So I can move on. I'm not going to spend too much time on this slide because I think our HOT has kind of put this in context. This is just to say it's not a bolt-on. This has kind of been built into our provincial policy landscape and imperatives. And what it's there to do is to accelerate our socio-economic development and delivery. That is the point of this framework. So again, many of the bankers who were up here earlier have talked through what is blended finance, what is project finance, etc. So I don't want to linger here, but I think this is a kind of our own definition within the Western Cape government that we came up of blended finance, and I just do want to read it out for the room. So blended finance is the combination of catalytic capital from both public or philanthropic sources with private development and multilateral financing to increase investment in public goods and services, critically and services, drive sustainable development and share risk. By strategically leveraging our limited public funds, we want to mobilize finance from outside the fiscus and bridge that funding gap for high impact projects. And I think here that share risk, I think that's one of the big things is that transaction structuring phase of any kind of procurement or deal. We know it takes a long time, but if you get it right and the risk really is shared according to who can best manage it, you have something where you have I like to call them shared value creation initiatives, where the public and private sector couldn't have achieved that independently of one another. And that is really what is important about these initiatives. Why is a framework needed? Why have we put a framework together in the Western Cape? The reason is we feel like our departments need guidance. They need something to say, here's a legally anchored guideline for identifying projects, how you select the right instrument, how you can prudently share the risk, and in doing all of this, unlock new capital to deliver your particular mandated services or infrastructure. So again, here, in interest of time, Program Director, I think quite a lot of the room are familiar with the on-balance and off-balance sheets. I'm not going to spend too much time on the on-balance sheet because I think in the provincial space, what's interesting there is it's all actually got to go through national. So the Provincial Borrowing Powers Act means that we need to go to the National Loans Coordination Committee, get approval from the National Minister of Finance. And we're not saying we're not going to do that, but I want to focus on the off-balance sheet instruments in the sort of spirit of Triple P, but bring in some other instruments that we are looking at. So we in the Western Cape successfully did one of the first social impact bonds with our Department of Social Development. And in that space, I think this is one of those, it's financing for services rather than for infrastructure, and there wasn't revenue generation. But we managed to leverage in about 20 million of match funding. And in those cases, I think this is where we've seen it at a national level, less and less money going towards social services in priority of health and education. But what does that do? Because that has ramifications for economic development, for societal cohesion. And within this structure, there was a 14% ROI on the investor's capital in that social outcomes bond. And we're currently working with the Education Outcomes Fund to do a second round in ECD infrastructure, mostly located in social housing initiatives to try and drive demand for social housing, but also to try and cover the costs of that ECD infrastructure. Then the framework, after it's listed what instruments are available to departments off and on balance sheet, we then have developed this best fit for different sectors that we have prioritized in the Western Cape. Those best fit instruments, it's not prescriptive. It's just that we've sat down, done a bit of thinking, done a bit of analysis, some case studies, what's worked, what hasn't worked. And we've really come up with our preferred instruments for sectors. Again, this is to give guidance, to lower those transaction costs that might, take a department from not knowing anything all the way to financial close. This is to help lower, lessen the time and lower those transaction costs. And I think here, as we all know, the project really dictates the instrument. And that is why I think the next slide is really important, because, okay, you have a framework, but what's a framework without projects to finance? And This is where we've been working very closely with our Department of Infrastructure, who have developed their Western Cape Infrastructure Framework 2050, and a strategy and implementation plan. And our ABF project pipeline is integrated with their integrated pipeline. And the way we do this is according to those 5 sectors. You'll see there, and you might be surprised to see ecological infrastructure, but for us, we just can't afford not to have it there. And it's got huge multipliers. But with the integration with DOI, what we have found, so we now have an integrated pipeline, which we will share the PDF of with the members here, and also the bankable portfolio of projects. And what we're looking at doing there is saying, okay, there are going to be new projects that are developed and conceptualized by departments, and they will go and be deposited in the ABF pipeline. But there are most probably existing projects within the BS5, within existing departmental infrastructure planning documents that could be tweaked. The feasibility study, the business case re-looked at, reimagined, and then so alternative blended finance actually becomes something they can be funded by. And so this process is something that we've taken a lot of time and effort to ensure we're integrated with our Department of Delivery on this. And to also integrate our social programs so it's not just infrastructure focused. So, okay, now getting into the nitty-gritty, you've got the project development pipeline. What are the stages for ABF projects? And here, we made the call as part of our mission to be an enabling treasury, that if it's an off-balance sheet instrument, first of all, National Treasury has Regulation 16 that PPPs have to go through that. And we wanted to say, if it's not an on-balance sheet instrument, there's a lot less bureaucracy and red tape that needs to occur. So let's empower our departments by saying, actually, we need to go through 3 steps. We need to say, what is the project? They need to scope that project, go through internal departmental screening within their own processes, then a pre-feasibility and concept development that's overseen by the Treasury, and then deciding, okay, in consultation with the Treasury, is this instrument going to be on balance or off balance sheet? At an early stage, we can try and actually determine that quite successfully, I think. If it's going to be off balance sheet, it doesn't need to go through a whole lot of other processes. If it's on balance sheet, as I said earlier, national legislation requires we need to go forward. So that's where we then move. So at our stage 4, we have said that it would be a good idea to obtain in principle support from the National Loan Coordination Committee based on the project preparation documents we have at that stage, then doing a full feasibility study. That feasibility study is reviewed by Treasury, and then the transaction structuring would take place. And as we know, this is where it takes time, but that time is often, there's a good investment to time ratio. And finally, then approvals for procurement launch at stage 8. And I think if you've seen in the top right corner, how does this integrate with the IDMS process, which is a requirement? You can see how we've mapped that, and also our budget process in the Treasury, our annual budget process. These stages I'm going to skip over for now. They're not applicable to all projects either. So to jump to how do we integrate it with our budget process? Stages 1, 2, 3, and 4 are really about evidence-based planning. That's what they're actually doing, those feasibility studies, getting into the concept, what's its impact going to be, is it viable, is it feasible? And so that kind of comes in to June, September in our departments for phase 1. Then we go to, okay, mitigating in your fiscal risks, M2BPS, adjustments, budget. That's steps 5 and 6 of the ABF project process. And that's where that project can re-enter our budget process, and we look at the full feasibility study. Then phase 3. So this is where, and I had questions from Parliament earlier on this. How does the timing work? Because an ABF project process and an ABF project or any project is not going to take 1 year. It's going to take 3, 4, sometimes 10 years. This is not a linear 1-for-1 integration. So only once step 7 is completed, that transaction structuring is completed, does that project re-enter the budget process for final approval. So that's our MTech 2s, where we actually are then planning for that over the next 3 years. So that for us was important to just show, you know, the stakeholders here. We've thought about how this actually reflects in the MTEF. Okay, and then final slide. How is this going to be governed? So I think the easiest way to think about this is, what does it take to get a plane off the ground and land it again? So our line departments we see as our pilots, and we're wanting to give them, there needs to be a level of decentralized project origination execution. So autonomy, they are innovating, they're on the coalface, they know what's happening, and they've already done amazing things. And we want to enable and empower that, but ensure that there is strong governance at the center, and there's oversight and accountability, and that all legislation is actually followed, and we've managed our risk carefully. Then we have the Technical Provincial Loan Coordination Committee. That's really the pre-flight check. That's the Treasury Coordination Committee. Everything is there. You have enough fuel. You are good to go. The Provincial Loans Coordination Committee, more strategic. That's the control tower. Where are you going? How long is it going to take? What flights do we have to potentially reroute to get you there? Then provincial top management and legislature. I think this is where my metaphor starts to not extend. But in some ways, this is the FAA. This is approving anything that's new and innovative, is saying, actually, yes, we're given the approval. And that's complemented in the case of on-balance sheet instruments by National Treasury's National Loan Coordination Committee. And what we have at the provincial legislature level is our Growth for Jobs Committee and our Infrastructure Ministerial Committee. They will also be feeding in for coherency, alignment, coordination. And then for our non-infrastructure projects, we have our Innovation, Culture and Governance Ministerial Committee that's coming in to talk to, is this in line with our policies? Is this in line with what we want to achieve? And kind of jumping back down, because all of these projects land in the municipal space. And as my colleagues before have been talking about, the importance of that is, how do we then coordinate with our municipalities, especially in regions where there's potentially a bordering municipalities and a project's going to occur there. That comes through in our Municipal Loan Coordination Committee and our Technical Provincial Loan Coordination Committee. They have quarterly meetings to actually coordinate, okay, what is happening and how can we potentially achieve economies of scale, and maybe even put these projects into a program to share risk. Yeah, and I think that ends the presentation. We will be sharing it, so you can scan this QR code if it's big enough. Oh, it's not up. But we will be sharing it with the event organizers, and it will be available, as will the pipeline and project prospectus from our Department of Infrastructure for those who are interested. Thank you so much, Program Director.
Thank you so much to Ms. Katana and to Mr. Kaplan, sharing with us your experiences in Western Cape, different models. I know even here in the province, I don't know for how long, our HOD will also tell you that we've been looking at alternative funding models, and all designs have gone into it. We'll hear some of that also a little later from Tim. And I think we should just continue staying in contact, because we're on the same space. There's always lessons to be learned from one another. Thanks for sharing yours with us. It's really insightful. Thank you. And we've also got something for you here to take back to the Western Cape. It's not wine, by the way, but it's a blue bag. And I ask that Dr. Maharaj come forward so long so we can save time, please. Right, are you also going to do Dr. Maharaj's intro or bio from there?
Dr. Nuthan Maharaj is the program manager in the Economic Development Unit at eThekwini Municipality. She holds a PhD in Development Studies. Dr. Maharaj serves in the KZN Task Team for Red Tape Reduction and the Presidential Working Group for Ease of Doing Business.
Thank you, and that's Nuthan in a nutshell. I must declare that we do work together as well, a couple of projects, and one in particular that we're working on. So looking forward, Dr. Maharaj, you sharing the good work that you're doing in eThekwini at the moment. Thank you.
For sure. MECs, all dignitaries present, captains of industry, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. My presentation this afternoon moves away from the PPP theme. However, it does align to making the Rand go an extra mile. So I'm going to speak to you about a policy instrument So my presentation this afternoon is on a policy instrument that we have innovated around at eThekwini to ensure that our city is the most competitive city in the country. And this policy is entitled the Economic Development Incentive Policy. So some background into this policy. It was launched in 2016, and we are now on the 9th iteration of this policy. And it has evolved over the years in that the offer of the incentive that is available via this policy is much bolder now as compared to when it was initially conceptualized. And I mentioned that this policy aligns to our IDP competitive city goals as well as our economic strategy. And we've attempted in all ways to link it to or to respond to all of our city frameworks and strategies. The policy offers an incentive in the form of a financial incentive, and that's a property rates rebate. It is unique to eThekwini in that the rebate that we forego as a discount to developers, this is offered to developers of property in the business, industrial, and mixed-use sectors. The rebate that we forego is generated by the city. It's not a grant that has been received from any other sphere of government or any other funder. And this is the only type of financial incentive, barring all of the other softer incentives that the city offers. To date, we've had 54 successful applications, and we have 33 at hand, 33 further potential applications. And these beneficiaries have invested in property to the value of 18 billion Rand over the last 9 years. And the city forgoes more than 80 million Rand per annum on the property rates discount. I mentioned to you that this policy also aligns to other strategies within the city, and it's an expansion or an extension of Clause 14 of the rates policy. Prior to COVID, prior to 2020, this policy had a marginal offer of this incentive rebate during the construction period. However, post-COVID and in response to our COVID recovery plan, we now offer this from the inception of construction for a fixed period of 3 years or post-construction for a fixed period of 3 years. The purpose of this policy is to, of course, attract investment, to encourage urban regeneration, to provide for inclusive growth, employment creation, as well as skills and transfer within the construction sectors, for example, and to attract foreign and local investment. I did mention that this is offered to business and commercial, mixed use and industrial types of development. Residential is excluded due to the fact that the residential developments receive a concession as from the rates policy. So this is only for business, commercial, and industrial. And the outcome for this policy, it sits within the economic development unit because the outcome seeks to enhance activities in the local economy. I mentioned the 3-year period, and the applications should be submitted before the 31st of January each year, so that we could facilitate the budget allocations for this. This has been well received by developers and investors across the FDIs and the LDIs. And we also accommodate the catalytic projects by dealing with those on a case-by-case basis if they do not fit squarely into this policy. Policy principles, very important: job creation, transparency, spatial inclusivity, compliance is very important. The city pays a lot of emphasis on growing our tradable sectors. And of course, once vacant land is developed, the city then receives increased revenue upon occupation. Very simple. When an application is received, the assessment is based on 3 criteria: investment value, job creation, targeted sector, and spatial priority. This slide then provides the definition for each of those. For this policy, the investment value refers to the value of the top structure and not the value of the land. Job creation is a 1-year full-time equivalent. Construction job, of course, not included due to the nature of the construction jobs being largely temporary. Targeted sectors, all the sectors that appear in our economic strategy, and those include all types of manufacturing, business process optimization, tourism, etc. And we have a list in our policy, and we verify that using the DTIC SIC codes. Spatial priority is areas where we want to transform the economy and crowd in investment. So these are the priority areas in the city, and these align to our city strategies. So what does this mean? What is the actual offer of incentives that we speak of? If you look at the left, the vertical column refers to the 4 criteria that I just alluded to. Each of them have a percentage attached to them, and they have ranges. What it means is that if an applicant qualifies in one or more of these categories, then these values are aggregated, and that's the total percentage of rebate one will receive for a period of 3 years. Now, if we consider an example, hypothetically, if an industrialist is investing in a factory in the city, and he's spending more than 300 million, he's creating more than 251 jobs. He's in the manufacturing sector, which is what we want to support and grow in our city, and he's situated in one of our priority zones, then he could receive, or she could receive, a total of 100% of their rates bill for a period of 3 years. And in order to support our spatial plans within the city, we have a bespoke inner city and densifications incentive, which I will expand on. But this is basically the formula that we use, and this is reviewed annually to ensure that this is affordable. It is, of course, based on the city's affordability. We have an inner city and densification zone bespoke incentive, and this is to crowd in investments in the inner city, which we seek to regenerate and to mobilize economic activities. We're saying to investors who are largely regeneration experts to come to the inner city. If you purchase multiple buildings, we are allowing you to aggregate those investment values, knowing that the inner city has brownfields developments or already built top structures. We're allowing you to aggregate the investment values and to acquire the 20%, aggregate jobs values to acquire the 20% so that you could receive a larger incentive. So this is a bespoke inner city and densification zone incentive. I mentioned that this policy is reviewed annually. It's not offered in retrospect. We have an internal automated verification system, given the nature of development that lends itself to the built environment. An applicant or a developer has to comply with all of the legislation that you see on the right. We ensure that there's full compliance. And once we've acquired the approved building plan, then we move to council approval. These are our sister departments. This is a process flow of the verification that I just alluded to, and our sister departments that have a role in the implementation of this policy. These are, again, the departments that we work with. We are the custodians of the policy, given the economic outcome that we wish to achieve, and revenue management manages the rollout of the rebate. Real estate does the land category verification and development planning, all of the planning compliances. And then we enter into an MOA with the beneficiary. Invest Durban is our outreach partner. So in a nutshell, that is the incentive that the city offers. And it's been very well received by property developers. And it also is a tool that property developers use to mobilize finance, etc., in the city. And I think this policy is rather progressive, and I must add that this was the first incentive policy in the country, if not still the only, that offers a property rates rebate. So, ladies and gentlemen, that concludes my presentation for this afternoon, and I'm happy to take questions, if any. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Maharaj. We won't take questions quite now. We'll finish Tim, and then we'll deal with questions thereafter. But we also got something for you to take on. Thank you. Tim, Mr. Tim Magic, and I'm sure he's also going to get the bio from the back.
Mr. Tim Madrick is a civil engineering technologist employed by the KZN Department of Finance. He works as a specialist advisor in the infrastructure management and economic services units. Mr. Madrick has a management degree and is professionally registered in the occupational health and safety sector.
Good afternoon, Honorable HOD and MEC. Noticed I gave my HOD preference MEC. And MECs, well, it's great to be here, to be able to meet together and to talk with about the alternate funding mechanisms that we've looked at. And I'd like to greet all the HODs, the High Commissioner, and all the distinguished guests here this afternoon. What we've done at Provincial Treasury, we realized that there were various funding mechanisms, shall we call it alternate funding mechanisms, that were in existence. However, some of them lacked the actual guidelines or being able to say what legislation applies and how can we go about applying some of these various alternate funding mechanisms. We have realized there's not enough money in the normal fiscus and the budget and the equitable share to be able to sufficiently fund all the infrastructure needs. And I'd like to say to the Western Cape, thank you for the initiative, and I hope that we can work closely together. And also to eThekwini, I am a member of the provincial working groups and also been involved at looking at the strategy and policy of the development levies that they've been talking, that the doctors have been talking about. And that's great because there's a degree of cooperation. We're going to very quickly go through and Program Director, or shall I say Wim Frickie. I won't be more than an hour and a half, I should imagine. The document was developed looking at the various legislation that applies to procurement of infrastructure within government. And the document is available and will be made available to anybody. I just want to say up front that document is work in progress. We have presented this to National Treasury, and we had both good and bad responses. Some of it they felt that we hadn't looked at all the acts, for example, the Rates Act. However, it is a guideline, and the Rates Act is more applicable for municipalities because each municipality is required to have a rates policy that is approved. And it's the rates policy which will actually apply when we're looking at this particular model. Okay, for those in the private sector, just to go through very quickly, municipality is key in local government structures, provides a range of services, and these are dictated by legislation. Some are mandatory services or basic services, and others are nice to have. For example, an airport is a nice to have. So we're going to focus on a rates rebate model and develop the guideline. This guideline as well, folks, it is not a silver bullet for every project. It is only applicable in certain projects. Why have we got a problem? And I don't want to dwell on the slide because we all know increasing budgets, maintenance, urbanization, and also sometimes we find in some of the municipalities, especially the smaller municipalities, there is a lack of the correct technical skill. You might well have people there with knowledge and degrees, but it's the skill of actually implementing and to be able to make things happen. There's also various issues about wasteful expenditure that we see from time to time, but we're not going to get into that. The purpose, the guideline aims to assist interested parties, and that includes the private sector and municipalities, in the design of a transaction for structures that are legally compliant and will add value. So it addresses topics relevant to the current infrastructure funding challenge. And this can include not only capital expansion, but it could include things such as maintenance. And I'll give a couple of examples of that as well. It provides a background to the legislative framework where municipalities, how they must work, and looks at different techniques and methodologies that have been successful and that we've tried to then document. And I need to state that we are consistently and constantly looking at other alternate funding methods that we can apply. And there's a couple that we've been following. And we would like to then collaborate with, for example, Western Cape to say, let's see if these are viable and let's see if we can carry on and look at them. The legislation, we looked at obviously the Constitution, the Municipal Systems Act, the Supply Chain Management, and then the MFMA. Okay, the funding options. Now, municipal challenges can be addressed and resolved partly through the private sector rates rebate model or guideline. The proposed solution focuses on utilizing rates that would be in the future to be able to pay for infrastructure. And they are obviously project specific. As I said, it's not a silver bullet for everything. Very briefly, what this particular model looks at, it looks at a non-traditional method of sourcing of funding. It's rooted in establishing partnerships with the private sector in an effort to fund bulk infrastructure shortfalls. That's the main focus, is the bulk infrastructure shortfalls, so that we can allow developments to take place, which obviously then have a positive impact on our fiscus. The developer therefore funds and finances the project, shall we say a water line, water pipe going into a particular area where there's not insufficient supply. It would be funded, constructed, and commissioned by the private sector, and the asset belongs to the municipality from day one. So some of the risks we will discuss, things like insurance, construction, maintenance, etc. All of those things need to be looked into. The efficiency that the municipality is effectively the municipality is funding the infrastructure over a longer period, say up to a period of about 20 years. This is a very simplistic model that I've put up. For example, if you have 1,000 Rand for an infrastructure project and the municipality works on a discount of 30% on the rates. It gives us a rebate. In this particular model, you would take around about 22 years before the developer would be paid back. In the calculation, you include the cost of the money, in other words, that the contractor or the developer is not going to be out of pocket, that they would get the money back. Now, return on investment defined, and I need to also just say that this particular model, we work quite closely with COGTA. So some of these slides you'll see were actually loaned from COGTA in our presentation, so that we ensured that we weren't working in isolation as Provincial Treasury. Some of the indirect social and economic benefits as the infrastructure can be used to serve other communities. An example of that is in Pietermaritzburg, there was an area where an electrical substation that was brand new, but had not been commissioned, was vandalized. And all the copper was damaged and stolen, which resulted in a situation where it was not able to be commissioned. The local businesses and manufacturers in the area got hold of Msunduzi municipality and approached them by saying, we will repair this particular substation at our own cost to your specification. However, we need to have a method of how do we recuperate that money. And that's where this particular model fits in quite well. So that was more, shall we say, maintenance than an actual capital expenditure. But the other aspect of that was that the local community in Eastwood would also, the residents in that area, would have benefited from that particular substation being put back into action again. It allows a municipality to develop infrastructure without a significant capital investment at that particular time. And from the private sector, it actually helps them that they can continue in business, so they can grow their business and thereby grow the economy. Critical elements for a municipality to consider, and the key to this is to be able to present this to the municipality, because you will require a council resolution before you can proceed. Now, that sometimes is an area when we've talked to various municipalities about a pilot that we found we've not had a lot of traction to be able to get to the point where a council, a municipal council, will adopt a resolution, because you must realize it's not over the short term that a particular ward councillor is in a municipality has been voted in, but it will be over a longer term, 20 to 25 years. And there's a reluctance to take a decision over that length of period. The ownership of the asset will belong to local government, and the infrastructure is then registered onto the local government fixed asset register. Insurance is something that needs to be discussed during the actual construction and afterwards. And from the private sector's point of view, the feedback that we've received so far is that there was a lot of concern about the maintenance. There are ways around that, whereby you can, under Section 33 of the Structures Act, you can actually have longer than 3-year terms of contracts. So you could have a maintenance contract, you could work within that. Other funding models, and here I need to give my appreciation to eThekwini Metro. They have been quite innovative in how they've been developing their development levy and other particular products such as land exchange, disposal of land for new build, etc. In fact, they in KZN, eThekwini have been leading the way in this. And they're working very closely with National Treasury on these particular different methods. There could be a long-term lease or concession. That is another possibility that can be investigated. We've talked of development levies, whereby a developer wanting to put in a new development would be charged a levy by the municipality to be able to do the development, and that money would be used for infrastructure. There's also private sector grants. We have had some meetings with private companies, and one particular company here in Durban who was looking at saying they're prepared to give grant money to build infrastructure, but where we found a little bit of a problem was they wanted to have some sort of say as to who would get the project. So it comes into the procurement realm, and we didn't quite get over that. I was very pleased to hear from the banks that the private sector has got appetite for funding, alternate funding, triple Ps within South Africa. And I would like to just throw it out to the private sector members who are here. We're open for business. Please talk to us. If you've got some really good ideas, or you do know and should know by now, that the government is very serious about including private funding into infrastructure projects. And in fact, a lot of the government types of funds, like the budget for infrastructure, which looks at projects more than 2 billion, that particular type of funding now requires, in the last 2 years, around about a 20% commitment from the private sector. So we as Provincial Treasury, we open to listen and we open for business. Thank you very much.
Thanks very much, Tim. Before you run away that side, there's also something for you this side.
Do you mean you're giving me something to have to declare?
No declare. No, nothing to declare. Thank you. All good. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. That's the full program as far as the speakers are concerned, then done for today. And I'm quite aware of the fact that my watch, which is not a particularly good one, but it says 15:33. So I know the weekend is looming, but we've not given any chance for any engagement with the speakers. So I would maybe just like quickly to open up that opportunity. The slot, I was told that I should just maybe do some observations, which I will do in a moment. But can we just see quickly by a show of hands? And I'm going to take one round show of hands and then we close it because we don't have time to allocate here. I see one hand, right? Number one. Is there any other? There's a number 2. I've got a number 2 and I see a number 3. Number 3. Is that it? Don't want to be accused of not having considered the left wing. Right, so 3 hands. Thank you. You got the speaker, sir, please. Just introduce yourself, please, and your question. In particular, if it's to a particular speaker, please mention who the speaker is. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Brooks, and everybody present. Yannick Grenier, I'm from Umsanguli Project Management. I'm a civil engineer, and I do a lot of private development. James Martin is the one who forced me to be here today, and I'm very happy about that. So thank you, James. You said don't take the mic, but sorry. The last speaker, I only got your name, Tim. Fantastic. Magic. Fantastic. I think the whole PPP process is very good. I think the last speakers were more at my level, where I think we've got levels of problems that we can solve at a much simpler way, but there doesn't seem to be a method of doing it. So let me give you an example. I have multiple developments along a road where I got the private developers to say, we will fund the extension of a water main to the cost of 5 million rand. But the controlling authority of the water was not able to put water in the pipeline. Now, to me, that's not acceptable. That's not finding a way. We have multiple issues on development level that's causing problems. And I'm maybe delving into project specifics, but it's the development model of where developers are prepared to pay for development contributions, but they can't get service level agreements signed with government, with municipalities, with water services authorities. Those are critical, important problems for us. This whole issue of the Umgeni water scheme that doesn't have water, I don't agree with that completely at all. we have come up with innovative ideas of literally, because government or municipality doesn't have equipment or spare parts to fix water mains, the developers are prepared to sign agreements where they would allocate X amount of money towards buying parts, leaving it with municipality. Just give me a letter of undertaking for my development so I can go through all the 3 statutory approval processes. I can't get those SLAs signed. We've got private development that is being hampered by the Department of Water and Sanitation, because you can sit here and you can tie into a wastewater treatment works that's 3 kilometers down the line. If that treatment works is not licensed, I cannot connect my development. End of story. Go and do your own thing. That's the type of problems that we are facing. I think the PPP is for a very specific role there and a duty, but there's a different level here at a lower level where we need intervention. Treasury plays a big role, and when Treasury goes to a municipality, they listen. When we go, we stand alone. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Cronje. I think that's a very valid point. Not necessarily a PPP or a finance-related point, but I think the point you raise is that there are other issues other than the financial models that are holding us back. So thank you. Andre, I do see you, but let's just quickly get, thank you.
Thank you. Mine is going to be very short. Israel Kize with African Bank. Carolyn Cisnelli will tell me if I'm running ahead of myself on this one, but I'm going back to that matter that I always champion, the Public Wealth Fund, as one of the big answers to the fiscal constraint that we have. I think in one of the presentations, particularly the Ethiopian consul mentioned in passing, and I looked at this, the whole sovereign wealth fund that is there in Ethiopia and how well it's doing. Maybe MEC, I'm passionate on this public wealth fund because we championed it at a stage when we were in government, did a full research with Moses Kotane, and even did a launch. We've submitted the documents to my leaders, Cisnelli and Carol, that we need to, I would hate to see that dying. You know, one of the things that is an advantage with public-private sector is that once leadership change, important concepts change. Where we'd find that if MEC Rogers, if you were to leave the public sector or be redeployed, maybe to transport or what, we would need to have another conference that would discuss the things that we have just discussed today. Because solutions, unfortunately, have this unfortunate tie to personalities or to persons. I can't believe that when we left government, the question of the public wealth fund was completely dumped. You know, I think we can see that there's been a serious down revision of the GDP, even globally, even in the country, because there is a sort of a slump in the economy. But everyone is out there to raise money. I mean, even against your ideological position, so to speak. You saw President and his high-level business team went to, whether you call it begging or what, but everyone is out there raising money. Deputy President was in France. We're out there raising money. And one of the important options, banks, we're out there raising money. We're talking to CFOs, we're talking to fund managers to bring deposits to us. We're all raising money, and there's nothing embarrassing about that. And the public wealth fund for KZN, everything is already there. The design, the research, the terms of reference, even there was a cabinet minute. I wish that MEC, I'm going to super you on this, that please make this to be your legacy, that you are the person who finally launched, not executed, because it's already launched. We even have a program of the day. If you go online, there is a full day workshop on the KZN public fund. And it's specifically called public fund because we looked at the terrain and the geography and we said, we can't call it a KZN sovereign fund because we're not talking about the state. And the models were done and there was comparison. So that's what. So now when you get a call from us and my principals here about this sharing, raising funds, you must know that it's smart people who are looking for money from us for African Bank, right? Thank you. But let me see, please champion this one. All the material has been sent. Let's launch this public wealth fund and chase after it. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Israel Keys. Thanks for that. I've learned before that when someone says, I'm going to be short, then just be prepared. But it was well put forward. And I think it's a second contribution that points not necessarily to a specific financial issue, but governance issues. I think that's where we keep ourselves tripped up every now and then. All right, there's number 3 on the side. There we are. And then I unfortunately won't be able to allow anybody else to be inspired to ask further questions as Andre is, but because it's him, I'll allow him number 4. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ricky. My name is Lynette Sintuli. I'm from Innate Investment Solutions. I'm in the property and the consulting space for transaction advisory and infrastructure. My question today says, it's quite clear, and I think it's always clear to all of us, that there is a lot of enabling statutory and policy frameworks and documentation available to us, and we make the necessary improvements on it. And on the other side, we definitely all agree that there's also the money, or at least pregnant and paused, waiting money for us to be able to fund what the aspirations of government as enabler are. But I really would like an answer to this missing middle. And, having been in the industry for as long as I have and having seen the different things and the different things being launched and starting and then stopping, we do need to talk about this missing middle, about attaching timelines to the priorities. I think we know we live in a country with enough capacity. I think another very big question in all of this is, do we have the capability to implement and execute? And who then in this accountability matrix of clearly interested party gets to be the one who doesn't necessarily just pull us together like we are here again, but actually gets to be the one who presses the play. And the play that accelerates the delivery of a lot of these priority projects, whether they exist, as a gentleman raised earlier on, in Ugu municipality, where there's just simply a knowledge and an education gap, but everything is done, versus even some of the bigger things that have been on the line for at least, the last 20, 22 years, even in my knowledge and experience, some of them. So I really want us to answer that can we leave with some sort of a sense and ideal about timelines, and who in this accountability matrix provides the capacity and the capability to actually say that in this term, if it is going to be this 5-year term, where have we actually gone with all of this documentation, these policy improvements and the frameworks that we've seen in different iterations over the years? Thank you very much.
Thanks, Lynette. Another governance issue. Another one. It's not a finance issue. Who's the driver? I think that's what you're asking. Who's the driver? And if you tell me who's the driver, okay, so where are we going? When are we departing? Where do we go? Right. Andre, she's going to take it.
Thank you, Fricky. Just about the governance. First of all, thank you, MEC and Carol, for convening this meeting. It's been very useful. I found this very interesting, especially the contribution from the banks, because the perception was the banks were, heartful and quite pissed off, to be honest, as they were for a number of years. But they're coming back. I think the provincial government of unity, national government of unity, and the emphasis now on infrastructure development, as it's demonstrated, through the ports and airports and industrial development zones and so on. That is very encouraging because it's happening. I was at the signing ceremony for Greennote and for the development of the container depot container terminal in Richards Bay. And it's a fantastic project. So at the top, already there's a motion. But in the meantime, there are projects that are being blocked by junior officials. And to this end, what we've done with MEC Zondi, Reverend Zondi, and with the office, it would be with the support of Treasury and other departments, Kochta. We have a brokering unit that is now being planned from a provincial perspective in support of local government. We've established 9 months ago brokering unit at eThekwini. So if you have a project that is being blocked, like the gentleman was complaining, you can come to us. And every Thursday at 7 a.m., the municipal manager, myself, we co-chair the meeting, we call the officials that are blocking it, and it's unblocked on the spot, unless there are technical other problems. That's being agreed now through the provincial, presidential eThekwini initiative, as well now as Pietermaritzburg, Rabbi Pillay is heading this, again, combinations of national and provincial input. So you've got those mechanisms. We're going to do it in Maritzburg. In 2 weeks' time, we'll be in Ladysmith. We've done already Richards Bay. Those facilities will be available for individual projects to approach and being helped in the meantime. Thank you.
This one on. Thank you. I thought let me rather move up here quickly for the session that I'll be doing, and I almost dropped the laptop in the process, so sorry. Andre, thank you very much for that. Ladies and gentlemen, I think those were more comments than I think questions specifically. I think one could possibly respond, and I will also in my just observations make responses to this, because I think what Lynette is asking is very valid. And who's going to drive this? I mean, we've got a number of issues that needs to move forward, and where are we going to, and how are we going to get it done? Just very quickly from my side, just a few things. I'm really not going to take up more than an hour that I was, or not quite an hour, but I think almost 45 minutes that I've been given. I'm not going to take that up. My observations just of today. Number one, very useful. I really think it was very great. MEC, thank you. Carol, thanks for setting it up, for arranging to have a fully sponsored event like this. I think that's, we know that that's difficult. Well done getting that done. I'm left with, is a triple P the silver bullet? My apology. No, it's not the silver bullet. Not to the issues that we've heard here. The last comments we've heard here today will not be resolved by a triple P. Does it therefore mean that the triple P has got no role to play? Absolutely not. It's got a big role to play, but on big projects. You need to have projects of magnitude, because we do understand that there's quite an additional layer of bureaucracy attached to it that's got to make it happen. And I can understand the reason for that bureaucracy, because you're talking about big money, you're talking about big risks for both government and for private sector. And for that reason, I think you've got to be very careful. And the due diligence that you've got to do on it requires the processes that a triple P will require. But a triple P is not going to work on a rural road, because there's no return on investment. Absolutely not. And I think what makes things so difficult for us, and we predominantly say that the area that we're focusing on is on infrastructure. And I think that more than often we don't always understand quite carefully or specifically how this infrastructure landscape looks like in South Africa. Because we've got to go actually back to Schedules 4 and 5A and B of the Constitution, and to see what are the various powers and functions assigned to national, provincial, and local government. Who does what? Just an example quickly, Tim, the alternative funding model, great. Just the one thing is, if you talk about water, an example that you used, it's a district function outside the metro. Districts got no rates. So how does a district then reimburse the developer for water infrastructure? Can't do. Get rid of the district. Okay, that's a governance issue. No, well, but those are real issues that we face with at the moment. So you can't do it in that way. So just on the triple P, the question that I wrote for me here, and I think I must go back to it just at the stage, was saying, is a triple P designed to facilitate development and infrastructure development in particular? Or is it imposing another layer of bureaucracy which adds to the cost of doing business? And again, when I come back, that is therefore an economy of scale. If the scale is big enough, yes, by all means, let's do it. But I think in particular, we also from the banking sector, we got very good directions as to what projects we can take through a triple P or not. So that for me was number one. So very good. If you do it, let's do it properly. The big thing for me is establish it early enough that you're going to have it as a triple P. Start the processes right, because if you don't do that, you're going to hit a brick wall somewhere in the process, and it's going to cost you money. So do it right from scratch. For private sector to initiate a triple P is a highly risky process. I would still like to see how the process is going to work on the unsolicited bids on triple P. We haven't seen the process, but as it is now, the reason why private sector won't move as a first move on a triple P is that you are required as private sector to come up with an idea, a concept. You're then going to take it to a government entity. In a PPP, it's got to be advertised for other interests, and my intellectual property may be taken up by someone else to go and implement and run away with it. So why would I do it? For government side, yes, absolutely. And we've seen the winning examples or the working examples here today of the hospital. It works. I mean, if we can do the harbor, Transnet can do the harbor, absolutely, no problem, it can do. But let me then just declare the work that I'm doing at the moment is project facilitation, pretty much like Andre. I think we are colleagues, maybe just operating in slightly different spaces. But if I use examples just of the exposure that I have on the Cato Ridge Dry Port at the moment with eThekwini, then we see that in that particular case, private sector has got enough money to put up this freight and logistics hub. That's no problem. If they need water, all they need is that service level agreement with eThekwini, which we got, by the way. So we've got a detailed service level agreement in place with eThekwini that determines exactly who is going to be responsible for what and how will the reimbursements work down the line. Dr. Maharaj, I see, unfortunately, she had to leave. Wonderful work that's done in creating opportunities for that private sector investment to get a return on their investment through the various incentive packages that eThekwini has got on offer. Wonderful, it works. The other one that specifically that we worked on, Club Med. Club Med, as I said to you, Ilembe water, a problem, and you can't get it done. So how do you do it? Now, in that particular case, what it required was to go and look for other funding sources. There are other avenues of funding available, like the Development Bank of Southern Africa. Maybe a pity that they're not here, because it is our infrastructure bank. One would have expected them to come forward and to be able to invest in infrastructure that would allow a 2 billion rand tourism development, international tourism development. You know what that will do to KZN and KZN's tourism. And we did go to the DBSA. And what you find with the DBSA is saying, here's a solution for you. Can the municipality please take its MIC funding and use its MIC funding as guarantee for this infrastructure funding for the next 5 years? And then we will fund it for you. So what it implies is that I'm going to use infrastructure funding that is supposed to go for social infrastructure. I'm going to set that aside now for a commercial investment out here. Can you imagine what the outcry is going to be if that is to happen. The political outfall on that, I think, is inconceivable. Then furthermore, you start looking at the rates that the DBSA is going to charge you for that money. And then I'll say ABSA, Standard Bank, all of you are much cheaper than the DBSA. Then I'll rather go there. Then you ask yourself, well, why do you have these institutions that are out there? What added benefit do they add to the challenges that we have? That's why I'm saying it's a pity they're not here, because I don't like gossiping about people and not giving them a chance to defend themselves. But that certainly has been the experience that I've had, is that we've got too many institutions that are out there purporting to be playing in this field, purporting to be supporting us in getting the infrastructure done. But I think at the end of the day, all they do is add cost. They're planning. So those are, unfortunately, I think, the experiences that we have at the moment. Now, quickly, once we covered the issue of developer pays or PPPs working, there is a principle of developer pays. And I think there's also, it's fine, developer pays. If you're going to develop, you're going to pay. You understand you're going to do it. But surely there should be reason as to what the limits are in the principle of developer pay. I listened carefully to Nuthan, and again, I'm sorry she's not here, because the one thing that she and I has disagreed with for many years is just the term that she uses. I think, let me just go and see. She says, the municipality forgoes revenue. You don't forgo revenue. You're generating revenue. Because what we're doing, you're opening up opportunities for people to pay your rates. So you can't say you forgo something that you didn't have. If you've had it, yeah, then you can maybe forgo it. So that's the one thing that we've agreed to disagree on. But anyway, let me use just an example, and I won't say in many municipalities, what is happening at the moment is that a developer has to pay for the bulk infrastructure they need, which is by law a municipal or a government function and has to be a government asset. Right, so number one, so your service agreement comes in place, you've got it, private sector's got to build it. Then that asset will become a municipal asset, because if it doesn't, you'll be forced to go through a PPP. The moment that that asset is anything else than a municipal asset, and the private sector operates and manages it, you've got to go through a PPP. They'll stop you immediately if you don't do that. So now, private sector has invested in the infrastructure, has actually installed the infrastructure, and now we come to developer contributions. Municipality will say, yes, it's our water you're using there. You're going to pay developer contribution on each one of those connections you're going to make on infrastructure that you paid for, right? Then it goes one step further. It then says, well, the service charges, paying per liter of water, can I at least just get some rebate on the sale of that? No, you can't. We cannot do that. So eventually, you install everything, you hand it over to them, you got to pay all normal costs, and there's no way of getting any money back to the developer itself. Because as I said, in the case of, if there's no rates rebate policy in place, as very few municipalities, MEC, have got rate rebate policies. Even though the municipal, what is it called, Fiscal Powers and Functions Act has come into play, the amendment of that has come into place, which requires all municipalities to develop their rates policies and rebate policies within a period of 3 years. Granted, we are only in year one of that now. And that's why I really commend eThekwini. They were quickly out of the blocks. They did it, and they're already starting to reap the benefits of that. But now you start engaging with municipalities as to why is it not in place? No, it's not a priority at this stage. We'll do that later. Now, the later you wait, the more opportunities you've lost in the process. And then you start talking about issues of capacity. of municipalities. Do they really even, and I think, Tim, we've had this discussion many times, Treasury goes out and helps municipalities to get it done, but there's got to be a program that's got to be put in place to get further support to municipalities. Which brings me to a point. What are the support structures that we have in place already? And are they functioning? Now, it's a pity that Sihle had to leave us. And also, I see, is Ndumiso still here? Ndumiso has also left us, unfortunately. Ndumiso is heading up, and I'm sorry, I've got to point this out. This Friday, I know it's difficult, but Ndumiso is the head of the one-stop shop in the province. So theoretically, every problem a developer should have in this province should knock on Ndumiso's door, and he's got a brokering team with him that should be resolving everything around here. So why is it not happening? There is no functional brokering unit. It's on paper. It exists. We've got district development agencies that are out there that are supposed to be doing just this. We've got DDMs that are out there that's supposed to bring everybody together. We've got layer over layer over layer of support structures, and still we get nothing that moves. And those are the real issues. So the point that what I've observed here is that as much as there's a lot done on finances and looking at the finance models that we've got to get in place. And I really must commend all the work that has been done, and in particular in Treasury as well. Tim and I and people that worked with him long ago, that we've seen exactly what has happened, and there's been a lot of progress. But a triple P in the non-legalistic term, or non-definition, has got to look at something much more than just the finance model. Finance model is key, agreed. But for me, it is issues that between private sector and government. Because if we don't trust one another, we're not going to have a triple P. Definitely not. So we've got to get something done to build this. Now, unfortunately, the issues around governance and MEC, the cycles in our politics does not help. We understand that. So there's no continuity with a lot of these things. But that, unfortunately, is the way the cookie crumbles, right? So we're going to have to manage that. How do we look and how do we see that Israel's fund does not just disappear the moment there's a change of government? Those things should not happen. And there are many good programs that have got lost in transition, not in translation, but just in transition, they got lost. So what I'm saying is that what I really think we need to do is that we cannot bypass red tape. You never, unfortunately, the nature of government involves red tape. It involves a bureaucracy that's got to be placed. But what you'd have got to do, we've got to reduce it, and we've got to absolutely make it more effective and efficient, more user-friendly. Don't know whether you can talk about user-friendly red tape. I'm not sure, all right? But be that as it may, just let that thought linger for a moment. So what we need to do is, number one, is this: adopt progressive policies. And I think here we've seen progressive policies starting to come out. And we've seen a number of good ones. And let's take those good ones that work and let's use them as best case scenarios and actually get them implemented or rolled out wider. You don't need to go and reinvent the wheel. You don't need to get someone else going appointed to go and do a municipal rates rebate policy. Take the eThekwini one and roll it out. It works. It's tested. It's done. Just package it and get it out there. And if you want to change it, I remember back when local government was first established in this province, and by that I'm really giving my age away. We had a set of bylaws, standard bylaws, and we took it to municipalities and we said, here is a template or a pro forma that you can use until you can get your own adopted or changed. We've got to go back to those basics because we've now pulled it so apart that nothing talks to anything anymore. We need to establish effective application systems. MEC, I was so pleased when I heard what you're doing with the application system in Treasury. And all over, we pleased to hear that the hospital has got theirs up. In this day and age, why should I still wonder where is my application in the system, regardless of what the type of application is that I've submitted? It should be as simple as getting online and is tracking it and finding where it is. And if it's stuck there, get somebody to unstuck it. Right? Simple as that. So it's the systems we're not applying. We talk about the fourth industrial revolution and IA and all the other things, but we don't apply it in things that can make our life much easier and can actually get development going in the province. It's quite simple. The big thing that private sector wants is being responsive, being predictable, and being reliable. You can respond, I know what I'm going to get, and I'm going to get it consistently at this. It's fine. I can take the rest of the risks quite easily. We can deal with that. The issue of integrating financial incentive and incentive packages. We're starting to see good incentive packages, but you've got a rates incentive package that doesn't talk to development charges and reductions of development charges, or rebates, or any leeway as far as your service charges are concerned. So it's the municipal package of policies that one has got to get right and getting it done. And if it's not developed centrally and actually driven down, it's not going to grow organically at municipal level. Unfortunately, experience have shown that that's not going to be the case. I'm talking here about the brokering of processes, Andre. I think that is really important. And yours, as much as it's really, and you know, you and I have had this discussion many times, a lot of stuff happens very well within eThekwini, but the moment we move outside, we've got problems. And that's, we also say that we want to use the province, we want to look at the spatial development framework of the province and make sure that we develop our rural areas, for instance. So who's doing this in the rural areas at the moment? And there's nobody. There's nobody doing it out there. So there's nothing, no coordination out there. So have competent help at hand to facilitate and resolve these delays and blockages wherever they are. And whatever the form is, just don't have 10 of them all doing nothing. Let's try and consolidate and get one that does everything. I think that is really important. There's also a huge deficit or shortage in people that can put forward and package funding applications. If you look at funding, whether it's to the DBSA or DTIC, those of you that have dealt with a funding application to DTIC recently would know you require a bit of skill to get that thing done. And those skills are just not around. So the funding is available, but the barriers to getting there are so that if you don't have the right skills, you're not going to get through that door. Have competent assistance at hand to deal with stakeholder management. Stakeholders all over, and in particular, it came up a number of times today, your community stakeholders. Because if they're not part and parcel of the process that you're putting up, you're going to get unstuck quite quickly and quite early in your process. We've got to build capacity. We've got to learn to work together better in acknowledging triple Ps, whether it is in a legal PFMA, FMA format, or in many other ways that we can structure arrangements. And there are many innovative ways of us being able to reach agreements between government and private sector developers that we don't fully explore at this point in time. And with that, I'm going to stop right there and ask if I can hand over to the MEC for his closing remarks first. Thank you.
Kabazela, I've got a suggestion that perhaps Frikkie should be the next finance MEC because he summed up my resolutions. Well done. Are you happy with the wealth fund, Frikkie, or are you going to look after it? And I give you my undertaking. I've already spoken to the HOD when you spoke to me outside. It will be a priority, and I will give you feedback. Thank you very much, colleagues. Thank you for your constructive input. I think it's been really enlightening, and it gives me a better understanding. But I must also say that I do also despair that my ministry has become an information center. If you've got a problem with education, you write to the MEC of Finance. If you have a problem with the Department of Health, you write to the MEC of Finance. I can go through them all. And I find it terribly, terribly frustrating. But what I'm hearing, and Frikkie's synopsis here tells us that we really do have a problem. And we need to refocus on what our priorities are. On a lighter note, my ministry staff, and I have an open door policy, so you're welcome to come and have a coffee with me. I'm glad the Consul General of Ethiopia has left because I have Italian coffee. And when she comes to me, she complains bitterly about my Italian coffee. But my staff have a picture outside my door of the Grinch. And it says, if you don't like the truth, don't ask me to be honest. And I'm afraid that succinctly sums up who I am. But Frikkie, I think you touched on the Municipal Fiscal Powers and Functions Amendment Act of 2024 and what it is that local government has to do over the next 2 years. We need to work on triple P toolkits for all sectors. And that's perhaps a communication and a document that we can put together, HOD, and that we can start circulating. Somebody else, and I do apologize, I forget who it was, spoke to me to ask how are we going to, other than roll this out with local government, how are we going to communicate triple Ps, and to tie up exactly what Frikkie said and what I said in my initial address, is that if you don't get public buy-in, this is doomed to fail. So perhaps a roadshow, some form of roadshow, a communication of going out there and educating people and capacitating people on what it is that we're trying to achieve with triple P, because it's exciting. The one thing that really I felt good about when I was interviewed with the media earlier was the general enthusiasm from business. Sometimes I wish in cabinet I could get this enthusiasm, but I'll keep working on that. There's no media left, so now I can say things that I wouldn't have said with the media earlier. One of the other resolutions that we need to do is a tracking mechanism for the project. I think it was raised by Mantuli, Mpemba. I think it was raised by you, and it's certainly something that we need to do because, as I said earlier, a talk shop is not what I want to achieve. I want a system where I can track these projects, where if there are blockages, we can unblockage those areas, and we can make sure that it has to work. So one of the ideas the HOD and I spoke about is I co-chair with the MEC of ETIA economic council. And perhaps this is one of the areas, Andre, that we can look at. That, and I have a good relationship with MEC Zondi, and I've built a good relationship with him because we've had some crises. I won't go into, I'm sure most of you, the HOD is now shuddering, thinking, no, don't say it, MEC. We've had some challenges, and MEC Zondi has realized that there are times when our treasury can actually assist. And I think that's one of the vehicles that we can use. We must also remember that the tripartite agreements that we have between national, provincial, local, and private enterprise like yourself is a workable solution. One of the key challenges that we've identified too is that in the triple Ps, our institutions have a lack of funding for the appointment of the critical transactional advisors. And as you saw earlier, the sort of technical investigations and exploratory work that has to be done comes at a cost. And that's something that Treasury now, we need to look at, and we need to ensure that we actually have a budget to be able to assist those institutions that lack that particular fiscal capacity. And of course, more importantly, is building capacity amongst our officials in Triple Ps. As I said, we're going to be doing it with local government, but we also need to deal with our SCM, ensure that there's technical evaluation committees established with the appropriate technical skills, and contract management, because we have to ensure compliance, achievement of our triple BEE, sustainability, instituting penalties for poor performance. And lastly is look at the electronic system, the online electronic system in the bid process as a best practice in managing our complex SCM process. So I think we've got some workable solutions and resolutions that have come out today. I think this is a start of a journey. I wouldn't like to see it as a summit and we walk away from it. It's something we're going to have to come back, re-engage, identify challenges. And again, I want to make it very, very clear that if there are challenges, you need our support, we are there. As Treasury, we are there where we can possibly assist. We're only too happy to assist. Just in closing, colleagues, I know it's Friday. When somebody said it was Friday earlier, I think it was Nelly. I actually said to HID I'd forgotten it was Friday. Because my weekend doesn't start. I've got another event tonight and I have another event tomorrow. But I have Sunday off, so that's grand. Thank you very much, everybody, for joining us. But I want to thank our two program directors, Nelly and Frikkie. Thank you very, very much for assisting in navigating and being strict on time compliance. And I also have 2 gifts for you, which I will hand over to you. I was going to mention a tale, because I love telling tales about Nelly and signing off the budget, but I'll leave that for another day. But if you want to ask Nelly about signing off the budget, but I must say, and now Western Cape is gone, I'm a bit bleak, because I've said this before when I sat on the opposition benches in the province of KwaZulu-Natal. I was on the finance subcommittee. You are lucky you have the best treasury in South Africa, better than the Western Cape Treasury. That is an asset to the province, and we must acknowledge the wonderful work that's done by Treasury. So thank you. Thank you to all the speakers for your commitment, for traveling, and for giving us your insight. Thank you very much. I think there's been some networking. I've seen some business cards being swapped, so it bodes well for the future. To my Treasury team, to my one-legged HOD, Carol Coetzee, and also to Rizelle. Where's Rizelle? Is she here somewhere? Who's basically put this together today. Rizelle, well done. Thank you very much to you and my ministry team, IGR, Communications, IT, Security, and Triple P team. Thank you. I'm also really proud that an event like today didn't cost you 1 cent at all. This is the second event we've had in this Treasury. Both events have cost us nothing. And that is the future if we want to get things right on a fiscal perspective. So I need to thank our sponsors. Tourvest were the main sponsors. So in particular, Cheryl. Where's Cheryl? In the back there somewhere? Is she outside? Okay. Well, in particular, Cheryl and her team. Your support is greatly appreciated. We want to thank you. And also, they're going to be supporting us for the upcoming G20 engagements on finance, which will be held in Durban during July. Thank you very much. Tourvest. For those of you that got gifts, those who didn't, sorry, perhaps put your name down to be a guest speaker at the next summit. Europcar sponsored your gifts. It's quite nice gifts, I must say. Dis nogal baie geld wat daar binne is. Thank you for the gifts that you've given to our speakers and for your support. And then a very special thank you to Kwazi Shangazi. Wipi Shangazi. Ukona? Upumile? Oh, Nansia? And Bonanga, I can't see with this light. Friends, this is a young man who has his own business, his own communication business. And he's done what you have seen today, including the live streaming. He's done mahala. He's done for absolutely nothing. So now you know why I have the Grinch outside my office. But Kwazi, I want to thank you very much for your professional work that you did today. And I urge and request that those of us that need the skills of umhle events, umhle is nice, ne? Umhle, that we use umhle events, and again, Diabulele, Kwazi. I must thank Hayley, there she's standing at the back there, for negotiating and securing all of our sponsors. She has a wonderful name, named after my youngest daughter, so well done, Hayley. And then finally to the media that was here today. Thank you very much. It's always good to be able to engage with media when the media support us. I would never refer to a journalist as a jerk and uneducated and fake news. You will never hear that from me. And then our business partners, Andre, the Growth Coalition, the chambers, and the various development agencies. Thank you very much. Folks, I wish you all a safe journey and a wonderful weekend. And once again, thank you very much for your input. Diabulele.